Okay, so Commerce Secretary Howard Nutlick has been exposed hugely in the Epstein files. He was interviewed a couple months ago on camera, literally saying that he met Epstein once, was given a tour of his home, and him and his wife were so disgusted that they never wanted to talk to him again. Never wanted to be in the same room as him again. Well, we get this new batch of Epstein files, and the motherfucker, not only was he friends with Epstein, him and his wife were sending emails to Epstein about trying to visit his island multiple times. And then in the emails, his wife is literally talking about the ages of their children and the other family that they brought to this convicted sex offenders island, which is so crazy. Like, to bring your kids, your 4 kids, and then the other family had 4 kids too, and they're listing the ages, and they're like 17 to 14. It's disgusting. And there are girls, like some of their, like, you brought your daughters to the sex, the international sex trafficking pedophile of children, sex trafficker of children. You brought him, you brought your daughters, you brought them to his island where they can't even run away if they like, bruh, like, what, are you insane? What kind of parent? I was gonna say what kind of mother, but like, what kind of parent? Like, there's no there's no excuse for that. What the fuck are you talking about? If you talk about how you were so grossed out by him in like 2005, bitch, shut the fuck up. What? So now a bunch of people are calling on him to step down, which obviously he should. If this is a normal functioning country, he already would have been asked to step down a long fucking time ago. Like, what the fuck? Lord Mandelson had to fucking step down. There's been multiple other people from other countries. Even Larry Summers had to step back from fucking like whatever the fuck he was doing, teaching. Creep. He literally was a creep though. Like, the way he was talking about, like, there were a lot of emails that were uh, released that show him being like really creepy and like asking Jeffrey Epstein like wingman advice. It was very gross to like creep on his mentee, like somebody who was mentoring, which is just like, ew. And he even acknowledges the abuse of power in the email. Gross. And he was in a ton of fucking like conversations with Ahud Barak as well, and like, it's crazy. And Kathy Rumler has been exposed hugely as well. Like, I don't know if she's been asked to step down. Stacey Plaskett got fucking exposed, and like Jamie Raskin and Hakeem Jeffries defended her, which was like disgusting. Like, what? All right, so this is an article from The Guardian. Okay, before I even get into the fucking, let's step back a second. All these calls for people to step down, everybody step down. Where is the impeachment for the president that has been exposed for the worst things? Howard Lutnick was exposed for going to the island with his kids. And his wife. Forgive me if I'm like assuming the best, like hoping maybe this is just a hope that he wouldn't be raping underage girls while his 4 children, wife, and another family and 4 children were also on that rather small island. Like, he's probably wasn't, but like the connections and the fact that you were okay with it and all this, it like, that's enough for you to be like, you're compromised. Also, if you did spend more time with him away from your family, like, there's a high possibility that you were raping little girls or like having sex with sex trafficked young women, which is still legal. Even if people are not underage, you can still be sex trafficked, which is still highly illegal. The fucking president needs to be impeached. What are we doing here? He has been like accused, even in sworn testimony, of raping young girls. Sworn testimony of him raping a 13-year-old or 12-year-old. What are we? He's been implicated the most. Why the fuck aren't Republicans calling on him to step down? Resign, motherfucker. You impeached Bill Clinton for a blowjob. which he should have done. But like at the same time, like where's the standard? What is the standard here? Like Democrats have to be angels on earth, and Republicans can literally be Satan's spawn. That's the standard. Republican calls on Trump ally Howard Nutlick to quit cabinet over Epstein files. Congressman Thomas Massie says Commerce Secretary has a lot to answer for over ties to late convicted sex offender. U.S. House member Thomas Massie has called for the Commerce Secretary Howard Nutlick to I'm just going to call him Nutlick, okay? A fellow Republican to resign over his ties to late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Massie, who co-authored a law mandating the release of the so-called Epstein files, appeared Sunday on CNN's Inside Politics and said that Nutlick, a staunch Donald Trump ally, has a lot to answer for. I'd say, like, if you were comfortable enough, like, just, like, emailing him, like, hey, we're coming over to the island, like, like, clearly you had a relationship with this man. And you lived next to him, so it's not like you needed to email all the time. Ew. Really, he should make his life easier on the president, frankly, and just resign, Massie said. So the president should just resign. What the fuck? Alluding to how the Epstein scandal has roiled UK politics, including by costing Andrew Mountbatten Windsor his title as a prince and Peter Mandelson his U.S. ambassadorship. So, like, the Commerce Secretary, like, they literally took away his title as a prince. He has royal blood, son of Queen Elizabeth, stripped of his titles. And you can't even get rid of your Commerce Secretary? If this were Great Britain, he'd already be gone. Yeah, if this were, like, pretty much any other country, I'm pretty sure there have only been, like, a few Canadians exposing the Epstein files. Mainly Peter Nygaard, but we already locked that motherfucker up. And I don't remember, but like none, like there's no politicians or like, well, we don't have a lot of rich people. But even if there were, like, fuck Galen Weston. Like, I don't. Anyways, asked for comment, a statement from Nutlick's Commerce Department said, in part, this is nothing more than a failing attempt by the legacy media to distract from the administration's accomplishments. No. It's not a distraction, motherfucker. You were exposed in the Epstein files. You went to the island. Massie's call for Lutnick's resignation came a little more than a week after the U.S. Justice Department released about 3 million of its investigative files on Epstein in connection with the transparency law that the Kentucky congressman helped pass. Yeah, and it's only like there's still like 3 million more files. Like, it's so crazy. And we've gotten so much terrible stuff. We've gotten some people have been exposed, and so much of it is redacted, and we still have another 3 million files. Only 50% has been released so far. The disclosure revealed that the Commerce Secretary discussed visiting Epstein's island in 2012, 4 years after the disgraced financier was sentenced to 13 months in jail for procuring a minor for prostitution. You lived next to the motherfucker. He had literally, like, Megan's Law, bitch. Like, you knew. Like, you knew. It's crazy. The Epstein and Nutlick related emails show correspondence about travel arrangements and political fundraising, among other things. Nutlick and Epstein were neighbors on a particularly tony stretch of Manhattan's Upper East Side neighborhood. And I've heard that, like, that neighborhood is, like, full of elites. Like, it's like a playground. Like, it's just where all of them live. I heard somebody talking about it the other day, talking about how, like, just walking down the street, like, oh yeah, that person lives there, that person lives there, that person lives there, that's the UN, like, this is that. Like, it's easy to imagine all of them just, like, Scooby-Dooing themselves back and forth. Like, it's crazy. Epstein's longtime assistant messaged Lutnick. Longtime assistant? Subpoena that bitch. Who is his longtime assistant? Nutlick on the 20th of November 2012 that Jeffrey Epstein understands you will be down in St. Thomas some over the holidays, referring to a Caribbean island. The assistant continued, Jeffrey requested I please pass along some phone numbers to you so the two of you can possibly get together. Like, you didn't have a relationship with this man. You don't just send that out of nowhere. Like, that's Nutlick on the 19th of December 2012, right before Christmas break, emailed Jeff saying he and several others, including his wife and children, as well as several friends and their kids, his wife and children, as well as several friends and their kids, were traveling to the Caribbean on Nutlick's boat. Ew, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Blocky doll. Anyways. Blocky girls. Anyways, we are standing in St. Thomas. We are landing in St. Thomas early Sunday afternoon and planning to head over to St. Park, Anguilla. I'm not rich. On Monday at some point, Nutlick said. Where are you located? What is the exact location for my cap? Jesus Christ. Give me your coordinates. Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Ugh. Sunday evening to dinner. The Lord's Day. You want to spend the Lord's dinner with Satan. My God. An individual whose name is redacted responded, below from Jeffrey, come Saturday or Sunday. Why is their name redacted? Come Saturday or Sunday lunch. Little St. James is on the map behind Christmas Cove. The files do not indicate that Lutnick ever visited Little St. James, Epstein's private island where it is known children were sexually abused. Well, nonetheless, Massey on Sunday said, look, Howard Nutlick clearly went to the island, and if we believe what's in these files. I do. The fuck? And this was many years after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, lightly sentenced, but convicted for sexual crimes. Sexual crimes against minors. Procuring minors for the purpose of prostitution. Traveling across state and border lines for the sole purpose of sexually exploiting those young girls. That is called sex trafficking. Nutlick also appears to have invited Epstein to a fundraiser for Hillary Clinton's 2016. These people have no more, they have no conviction. They go back and forth to whatever the fuck, whoever will help them the most at the time. It's crazy. Have a value. Nutlick also appears to have invited Epstein to a fundraiser for Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential run. He probably was already invited. Epstein was, Ghislaine Maxwell was at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. Ghislaine Maxwell and Hillary Clinton were good friends. It was not just Bill and Jeffrey. That family is crazy. Weird. Weird. Such an insane family. You would think after, being impeached for what you were impeached for, you would just, disappear into private life. No. Those people are they're more in the public eye than the Obamas have been in 10 years. Clinton's 2016 presidential run, which ended in defeat to Trump. Wonder why. I would like to invite you to attend a very intimate fundraising event for Hillary Clinton, Nutlick wrote on the 3rd of November 2015 in an email to one of Epstein's employees. Who are all these employees? Who are all these assistants? This is not, I'm so tired of the fact that the only people ever charged were Jeffrey Epstein until he was murdered in jail, and then Ghislaine Maxwell, who's sitting in Club Fed in this fluffy fucking prison with her fucking puppy, and, the warden is tired of waiting on her hand and foot, he said. What are we doing? We have things like RICO charges for a reason. This does not happen without a vast network of people. Not only that he was sex trafficking girls to up here, but there's a ton of people under him that knew what the fuck was going on. They saw the young girls and they didn't do anything. They did not do anything. And everything that we've seen exposed, these people were not hiding in like private. They were not doing things behind closed doors. We've seen them do sexual acts in front of people. We've heard testimony from the victims that Virginia Giuffre said that she would be filleting Jeffrey Epstein, and people would walk in and they would act as though nothing was happening. Like, this is not a one-man operation with the help of his friend Glenn. This is a fucking system of abuse that took, it's an entire operation. Like, there is no other way to describe it. This corporation of abuse that was just traumatizing and raping little girls. Not only that, they were forcing these little girls to bring their friends, turning into like a pedophile pyramid scheme, like multi-level marketing scheme for molestation. It's disgusting. Nutlick, who supported Trump in the 2016 and 2020 presidential elections, also sought Epstein's counsel when a nearby museum, the Frick Collection, planned a renovation. Are you aware as to them building to block our park views? So much culture and creativity has been stagnated by rich people not wanting to give up the benefits of their accommodations. Like, oh my God. What should we do about it? Fuck, oh my God. Time is of the essence. Nutlick wrote to Epstein, a former friend of Trump and the Clintons. Oh my God. A museum. This museum cannot renovate because we will lose our view of the park. Kill yourself. In a statement, the Commerce Department said that Mr. and Mrs. Nutlick met Jeffrey Epstein in 2005 and had very limited interactions with him over the next 14 years. Bullshit. Nutlick's downplaying of their correspondence, which the New York Times notes did not indicate a close friendship and was often carried out through intermediaries. Hey, they lived next to each other. All he had to do was say, knock on the fucking wall. Be like, come on over. Like, what? What are you talking about? Their backyards were up against each other. They went to the fucking island. Like, these are not emails of people who are just casual acquaintances who would say wave on the way in. Like, no, these people were friends. It's very clear. It is not quelled lawmakers' bipartisan calls that he faces consequences. Well, everybody should. Fucking Hillary, fucking Donald Trump, Howard Nutlick, Bill Gates, all those motherfuckers that are in the fucking files. Like Larry Summers, ew. Everybody. Subpoena Richard Branson, subpoena all them weirdos. Redact the actual files, redact the files, release the files. What the fuck is going on? Nutlick must resign or be fired, the U.S. House member Robert Garcia, a California Democrat, said in an X post on Sunday, and he must answer our questions. Well, not only that, fucking Kash Patel lied hugely to Congress. Every single time he answered a question was pretty much a lie. He said there was no co-conspirators. He said it was clear that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. We've seen proof of the opposite of both of those things. Those are like the two biggest parts of this case. He lied about it under oath to Congress. Not only that, there was a ton of things that he lied about. He lied through his fucking teeth. I'm surprised they didn't knock them out on the way out. Like, it's insane. My God. Okay, so a group of House representatives were given access to the unredacted Jeffrey Epstein files. Following that, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie came out, gave an interview to the press, saying that they saw at least 6 names that were alleged co-conspirators that were redacted for whatever reason. Not the victims, but the co-conspirators. They were redacted. And when they were asked about the names, they could not give details, and they had to wait until they were on the House floor. But as soon as they got there, Ro Khanna got up and announced the 6 names that were redacted that should have been unredacted. So, Guardian did a breakdown of who the 6 men named in the unredacted Epstein files are. It's the first time I've heard a few of them. To be honest, I think I know like 2 or 3 people out of the 6. So, who are the 6 men named in the unredacted Epstein files? In a floor speech, Ro Khanna, a Democratic representative, revealed identities of 6 men after seeing unredacted files. Ro Khanna publicly revealed the names of 6 men whose identities were redacted from the Jeffrey Epstein files, including Leslie Wexner, a billionaire retail magnate who the FBI appeared to have labeled as a co-conspirator. Now, this man is the reason that Jeffrey Epstein had any wealth to begin with. This man he technically owned Jeffrey Epstein's New York brownstone. Like, he gave it to him just as a gift. Jeffrey Epstein was controlling a lot of Leslie Wexner's money as well. And like, this is his whole benefactor. Why the fuck was there no like charges or investigation or court case? Like, what? Why are we just finding out all of this shit now? Like, what the fuck is going on? And this is just what two of these Congress members were able to find in the limited amount of time that they had. Just 6 names so far, and it's already one of the richest men in the world. Ro Khanna disclosed the names during a floor speech on Tuesday following a visit to the Department of Justice, where he and Thomas Massie, a Republican congressman from Kentucky, spent 2 hours reviewing unredacted documents. Just 2 hours. 2 hours. They found 6 names. The 6 men named by Khanna are Wexner, the Victoria's Secret founder. He also owned like a bunch of other brands as well, like Bath and Body Works. Like, there was a bunch of brands underneath the umbrella of like, what was it, L or whatever that he owned. Sultan Ahmed bin Saliem, he is the CEO of Dubai Ports World and an Emirati billionaire and businessman. And then 4 others were identified as Nicola Computo, Salvatore Nuara, Zorab Michelazzi, and Leonov, who never heard those names in my life. First 2 people I've heard of, but the only reason I know Sultan is because he's been all over the fucking Epstein files. Literally chock full of his name. He's all over them. Khanna did not provide evidence of wrongdoing against any of them, nor have they been charged with a crime in connection with Epstein. If we found 6 men that were hiding in the 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for those 3 million files, Khanna said during his floor speech. And there's 6 million files. Like, they've only released half of the files. So, if this is from this set of files, like, what the fuck? Khanna said that when he and Massie identified the redactions for Justice Department officials, they acknowledged their mistake and revealed the identities. He said that the majority of the files remain redacted. I saw that tweet. Fucking like, what's his name? Todd Blanche was like, "We're not hiding anything. Like, you could have just told." Like, and it's like, yes, you were. Once Ro Khanna calls you out, you unredacted it, and we're like, "We're not hiding anything." That's not being upfront, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you should have just had it unredacted to begin with. The fuck? Or he said that the majority of the files remain redacted. Epstein admitted guilt in 2008 to soliciting a minor for prostitution and completed a 13-month sentence where he was allowed to, like, he had like work furlough. Like, he died in an apparent suicide. Apparent, really? It's not apparent, honestly. In New York jail in 2019 while facing trial on sex trafficking charges. Being named in the Epstein files does not establish guilt, as individuals may appear simply through email correspondence. contact information, or other documentation referencing the disgraced sex offender financier. Here are the 6 now unredacted names. Leslie Les Wexner, 88-year-old Wexner, who established a retail empire that includes Victoria's Secret, Abercrombie & Fitch, and Bath & Body Works, maintained a lengthy financial relationship with Epstein, who handled his investments for many years. Which is insane. Why are you letting this illiterate fool manage your finances? I guess he has like inside or trading information, like that kind of thing, but like in a lengthy investigation from the New York Times in November, Wexner is attributed to the person who launched Epstein's financial status from millionaire to plutocrat. Aside from the money, his greatest value to Epstein was that he imbued him with new credibility and credentials. The reporters wrote. Though Wexner's ties to Epstein were already publicly known and his name had surfaced in previous releases, it has now been revealed that he appears to have been labeled a co-conspirator with Epstein by the FBI, though he faces no criminal charges in connection with Epstein's offenses. Leslie Wexner is also a humongous Zionist as well. Like he has donated millions of dollars to Zionist causes. Sultan Ahmed bin Salyem, the Dubai-based businessman, leads Dubai Ports World, a multinational ports and logistics enterprise with operations spanning more than 80 countries. Damn. He's also the brother of Mohammed bin Sulayem, the head of the FIA, which governs the world's motorsport championships, including Formula One. Oh. Recently disclosed documents reveal that Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem emailed Epstein in 2015 that he met a girl 2 years ago that went to an American university in Dubai and was the best sex I ever had. Amazing body. Ooh. She got engaged, but now she back with me, he said. Massey also said that since the names were unredacted, it appears that the Justice Department confirmed that Sulayem was the recipient of an email from Epstein in which he said, I loved the no. I loved the torture video. Lock him up. Dubai. Hello, Dubai. Hello, Dubai. Can you lock him up? Can't even hold hands in UAE. Like, lock that man up. Nicola Caputo, I don't know. A man by the name of Nicola Caputo is an Italian politician who represented his country in the European Parliament between 2014 and 2019 before taking a senior position in Campania's regional administration, but no verified evidence confirms this individual is mentioned in the officially released documents. And established news organizations have not corroborated any link between him and the files. Okay. Salvatore Noara. It is not yet known who this person is and how they are connected to Epstein. Jesus Christ. How are these people, like, these are elite circles. These are, like, everybody who was friends with Epstein was either like a billionaire or a high up politician. Like, how are these people, how are they so fucking rich and in these circles and we don't know their names? It is not yet known who this person is. It is not yet known who this person is. It is not yet known who this person is. That's crazy. 3 of the names. That's insane. Lock them all up. Lock up Hillary. Lock up Bill Gates. Lock them all up. Lock up Trump. Lock up, who else is in the files? Larry Summers. Fucking ew. Ehud Barak. Benjamin Netanyahu is not implicated in these files, but lock him up anyways. Throw away that key. Everybody involved in this. Everybody connected. Lock them all up. Lock them all up. Lock them all up. We need to go look into these model agencies. We need to go ask. I really want to know if, like, the DOJ, well, obviously this DOJ, Trump's DOJ sucks. If this was a real DOJ, they should be collaborating with, like, France's fucking justice system, and because they prosecuted Jean-Luc Brunel, and that motherfucker died in prison the exact same way that Jeffrey Epstein did, and he would be a co-conspirator. Like, this is fucking insane. We lock them all up. throw away the key. Chemical castration for all of them. They all need to go. Send them to, you know what? Round them all up. Send them to Jeffrey Epstein's island, and we'll leave them there. We'll just send them some food shipments like every month with some like Navy SEALs guarding it so they can't come back. I don't have any other answers for these people. Like, what? You said you loved the torture video? You loved the torture video. That's okay. So the United States of America has launched a 60+ year campaign against Cuba in order to destroy Cuba, to punish Cuba, to punish Cubans, to punish the Cuban government because they successfully led a revolution. They successfully have a communist government. They have to be punished because they nationalized their oil industry. This is time and time again the MO of the United States of America. This is how it's been for the better part of 80 years, better part of 100 years, if we're being real. Like, y'all really took up England's game and really ran with it because this has been just what the United States of America has been doing all across the world. Every single time you see a left-wing revolution or a communist party starting up or a revolution, you always will fund the opposite group, and even if they're a terrorist group, so that no left-wing government or any government that wants to nationalize any type of industry, especially the oil industry, you topple regimes all around the world, you assassinate leaders, you invade countries, you sanction them, you embargo countries. It's all over the fucking world. Go back to Iran in the fucking 50s. Like, this has been happening on a mass scale all across the world. And Cuba is a perfect fucking example because they have not done anything to you. Nothing. And if you want to list things that happened in the 60s, like, I don't know what to tell you, bitch. Like, can you actually get over it? And, like, right now you have Sagar and Jetty on Breaking Points, who I disagree with on a lot of issues, but he calls it the Miami occupied government because it's like Marco Rubio is the former, he's like the leader of the Cuban American caucus or whatever, or the Cuban American lobby. Like, you have a lobbyist writing policy. He's the Secretary of State. He was all over the fucking Venezuela invasion, kidnapping Maduro. Like, that motherfucker is behind a lot of the foreign policy, especially in the Americas. It's crazy. And now the Trump regime has decided to punish Cuba even more. I really thought that it was going to get better when Obama did what he did, but like he did it at the last fucking minute, and like he removed the sanctions on Cuba that had been decimating the economy for decades. And then as soon as Trump got in office the first time, he put them right back like in place. And now he's doing a full blockade on fucking oil, and he's trying to literally starve the country to the point, like make the country, the citizens so fucking desperate, like that their lives so terrible. They're trying to make their lives so terrible that they have to revolt. That is the goal here. They are simply punishing them for being a communist country, for having led a successful revolution in 1959. Like, which, like, United States of America thinks that it has a say in how other countries perform democracy. That is bullshit. What you are is a terrorist organization going around the world deciding how democracy works for any particular country. And every single time you install a puppet, a US puppet that will do your bidding, please tell me how that's democracy. It's not democracy. It's like it's an Americanocracy. Like what the like you the CIA is a terrorist organization. The United States is has been performing like is a like has been performing terrorist attacks all across the fucking world for decades. They've been performing coups and fucking regime changes, assassinations, funding terrorist groups, funding militias, revolutionaries, like right wing revolutionaries, funding Islamist groups. I was going to get specific, but we can just say whatever Islamist extremist groups. Anyways, back to Cuba. But like America will go as far to literally fund terrorist groups all across the world. So there are no left wing revolutions, or left wing or even communist, socialist revolutions or leaders, parties. They are literally like I don't have any other way to like. The CIA is a terrorist organization. Americans need to wake up and realize that this is not democracy. Like it's called a dictatorship. You dictate how we get to live. You dictate how we get to benefit off of our own industries. You dictate what leaders we get to have. You dictate what parties get to hold power. Like it's insane. And even if you don't, we have to elect people in spite of you. We have to elect people in order to fight you. Mark Carney was not proposed to win in polling until Donald Trump started attacking Canada, and then he won by a landslide. So you have to understand that this is not helping anybody, not even really you. The only people that tend to benefit from it are the capital owners and the corporation industry titans. That's really who tends to benefit from these things. And you get lied to, propagandized, send your children, your loved ones to war. They die, come back traumatized. For what? These corporations to profit? So, this is from Al Jazeera, the history of US Cuba relations. Since Fidel Castro overthrew the pro US regime in the Cuban Revolution in 1959, the country has been under a US embargo. Decades of sanctions have denied Cuba access to global markets, making even the supply of medicines difficult. I will say, I'm Canadian. We've always had a really great relationship with Cuba. We had a great relationship with Fidel Castro. Uh, I love Cuba. Always had a deep love of Cuban culture, Cuban people, and the country. Like I remember what it like. It's such a beautiful country, beautiful culture, beautiful people, just amazing. And I think Canadians have got since we had we have had such a great relationship with Cuba. We have also had open tourism this entire time. So we we were a large part of their tourism economy for a long time. And so we have been able to actually see Cuba for a long time and see what it's like outside of the resorts because and it's what America has done to this country is just it can't be stated. Like the utter destruction and like just for what? For what? For what? It's they have had a communist government in Cuba for what? 66 years. Nothing is like barely ain't shit changed but the name on the wall. Like ain't shit changed but the name in the White House. Like, what are we doing? Like, Castro nationalized U.S. owned properties, mainly the oil sector. Yet that is exactly why. Like, that's the problem. That's been the problem the entire time. How dare you? How dare you use your own land, your own sovereign nation, your own sovereign land to benefit your own people? How dare you? You're supposed to benefit American capital owners. You're supposed to benefit American corporations. What are you talking about? Brown people aren't supposed to get the benefit of their own resources. Those are for capital owners. What are you talking about? This is what this is about. That's what it's always been about. Like I mentioned earlier, Iran in the 50s, that was because Mossadegh wanted to fucking nationalize the oil industry. Guess what? You had him killed. Led to a puppet regime. That puppet regime was overthrown in the Iranian Revolution. Now you have the Ayatollah. If you think what's going on in Iran is bad, you're to blame. You are to blame for so many of the world's modern problems. And Washington responded with trade restrictions that soon became a full economic embargo that continues to this day, undermining Cuba's economy. You are punishing, like, who are you punishing? Castro's dead. What? You're literally punishing people for a revolution that happened when a majority of the fucking population wasn't even fucking alive. Do you not understand how fucking crazy that is? Like, even to punish an entire nation for what the government or regime did, like whatever you want to call it, like, which is like their fucking business. Let's talk about that. Like, the fact that they have a communist fucking government has nothing to do with you. Shut the fuck up. I'm so tired of this. Like, they've already revolted once. If they wanted to, they would have in the past 65 years. So why don't you just shut the fuck up and let them fucking be? Let them trade with any other fucking country. Let them get fucking oil. Let them power their fucking country. Let them feed their fucking, citizens. What are you doing? This is absolutely fucking insane. And not enough people are fucking talking about it. Everybody should be fucking pissed. Everybody was up in arms about fucking Greenland, and this is way fucking worse. He literally talked about threatening Greenland. This motherfucker is starving Cubans. He is literally, they have no oil. They're going to run out of oil. And Mark Carney needs to step the fuck up and say something and do something. Like I said, Cuba has been a great fucking ally to Canada over the years. We've always been friends since Castro was in government. Castro was alive in the 60s. We've had a great relationship. You can find pictures of Pierre Trudeau and Fidel Castro. Sorry, just we've always had a great relationship with Cuba. Justin Trudeau is a product. Anyways, we should be stepping up for them like we did for Greenland. Like, you were so quick to do so. You're so quick to stand up for the Ukraine. But as soon as it comes to somebody that is right fucking there, Venezuela, where the fuck were you? Why can't you stand up and do something for fucking Cuba, who we've had a great relationship with all these, for decades and decades? Why should we be punishing them for the crime of having a government they chose? U.S. also cut diplomatic ties with Havana, and 3 years later, a missile crisis almost brought Washington and the erstwhile USSR, an ally of Cuba, to the brink of nuclear war. God forbid they have missiles. In 2014, Washington and Havana restored ties after 50 years. 2 years later, the U.S. President Barack Obama traveled to Havana to meet Raul Castro. However, during his first term as president, Trump reversed his historic move in 2017 for no reason, just because, just to punish them even more, to starve Cubans. Since then, the U.S. has reimposed a raft of sanctions against Cuba. Notice how Biden is not mentioned? He did shit. He didn't do anything to reverse the sanctions. He didn't do anything. Because he's a war criminal. He's a terrible person. Genocidal maniac. Like, fuck that bitch. I'm glad you have cancer. Like, the fuck? The U.S. has reimposed a raft of sanctions against Cuba, especially economic restrictions, leading to one of the worst economic crises in the island nation's history. Within hours of his inauguration in January 2025, Trump reversed the previous administration's policy of engagement with Havana. He's such a dick. Like, until last month, Mexico reportedly remained Cuba's major oil supplier, sending nearly 44% of total oil imports, followed by Venezuela at 33%, while nearly 10% was sourced from Russia and smaller amount from Algeria. According to Kepler, a data company, by January 30th, Cuba was left with oil enough to last only 15 to 20 days at current levels of demand. It's the 10th at time of making this. 5 to 10. 5 to 10 days. Cuba currently needs an estimated 100,000 barrels of crude oil per day. United Nations spokesperson Stephanie Dujarric told reporters on Wednesday that the Secretary General is extremely concerned about the humanitarian situation in Cuba, which will worsen and, if not collapse, if its oil needs go unmet. Dujarric said for more than 3 decades, the UN General Assembly has consistently called for an end to the embargo imposed by the U.S. on Cuba, adding that the UN urges all parties to pursue dialogue and respect for international law. I mean, you could decide to just, like, say, fuck them. I mean, like, you guys could, like, leverage a lot. If you really cared about Cuba, you could leverage trade with, like, God. Francisco Pichon, the senior-most UN official in Cuba, described a combination of emotions in the country, a mix of resilience but also grief, sorrow, and indignation, and some concern about the regional developments. I can only imagine, like I can't, like, I can barely even imagine, like, being punished for something that happened in, like, oh my God, it's insane. UN team in Havana says the vast majority of Cubans are hit by rolling blackouts, with the number of people in vulnerable situations increasing significantly. I mean, it's Cuba, so it's not as going to be as cold as where I'm from, but it still can get pretty cold, and, like, these homes are not made for the cold. Like, I don't know what the fuck. They're probably have to turn to fucking, like, wood and shit. Like, and who has a home set up for wood? Like, Jesus Christ. The last 2 years have been quite tough, Pichon said, adding the urgent changes are needed to sustain Cuba in the midst of a severe economic, financial, and trade sanctions. I don't this is all just like a bee in the bonnet of Cuban Americans who are still fucking, like, they have lived in the shadow of fear of Fidel Castro because the American government propagandized them from the time they were kids. Like it's insane. Give it up. Like they just want to destroy this country. Destroy it. Okay, so it's from The Guardian. Cuba is on the brink as Trump turns up the pressure. There's going to be a real blockade. Soon, even buying petrol in dollars may be impossible in Cuba. The United States has said it will ensure there will be no more fuel shipments to the beleaguered island. On Thursday, Donald Trump signed an executive order allowing extra tariffs to be slapped on any country that sells oil to the island. Say fuck it. Fuck it. There's an entire world out there. Just fucking supply them with oil. Like, we need to have a backbone here. Like, I understand for a long time, not a lot of people have had a great relationship with Cuba because of shit like this. But you need to grow a backbone, grow some balls, and actually help these people out. If you can stand up and say what's going on in the Ukraine is wrong, if you can stand up and say what's going on with Greenland was wrong, like, then you should be able, just as able, more than able, to say that what's going on with Cuba for the past 66 years is wrong too, motherfucker. Like, what are we doing here? Say fuck it. Fuck the fucking US. We don't need to fucking, like, and if they want to fucking give you extra tariffs, you have shit to fucking leverage. Jesus fuck. If you're looking for a big market, China's open. Their arms open, looking for trade deals. So is Canada. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of countries out there in the world. It's not just America. The White House said the move was to protect American citizens and interests from what? From a regime that provides a safe haven for transnational terrorist groups such as Hezbollah and Hamas. What? Like, bitch, do you think I'm dumb? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Show me the money. Show me the money. Where? 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 This has been a fucking 60+ year campaign to destroy this country, to punish them for daring, for having the unmitigated gall to prioritize their own benefits when it comes to their own resources. How dare they? They thought that they deserved to profit off of the shit that was in the ground that they walk on every single day. How dare they? While no proof of this allegation was offered, because there is none, the Trump administration has now made plain it is seeking to fell the 67-year-old communist regime. Cuba will be failing pretty soon, Trump said earlier in the week. Motherfucker, you're gonna be dead soon, and I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna dance. I'm gonna dance in the street. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Fuck you. You're a bitch. It's gonna be a party in the streets like when Margaret Thatcher died. On Friday, Mexico's president warned that Trump's tariffs could trigger a far-reaching humanitarian crisis, directly affecting hospitals, food supplies, and other basic services for the Cuban people. Yeah, and she's the only fucking person that's actually done anything. Why does it... Of course it's the woman. Why is it only Claudia Sheinbaum that is actually doing anything? Why is she the only one that stepped up and actually said something and is actually trying to do something? Like, what the fuck? For Cubans, the situation is precipitous. Only one oil shipment has arrived this year. One oil shipment the entire year. We are a month and a half in, basically. The oil shipment was from Mexico, almost 85,000 barrels from Mexico. Given current reserves, if no more tankers arrive, Kipler estimates Cuba will run out of fuel in the next 3 weeks. Jesus fuck. Jorge Pinon, an energy expert at the University of Texas, said diesel is key. If Cuba runs out, the impact would be catastrophic as diesel fuels transportation, both passenger and commercial, the railroad, agriculture, industry, water distribution, and sugar cane. Jesus fucking Christ. They wouldn't be able to do anything. They like, if what America is trying to do, what the Trump regime, Marco Rubio, is trying to do is make it so these people are starving. They don't have hospitals to go to. There's no police to help them. There's no law. There's no food. There's no warmth. There's no shelter. That's what they want to do. They want to turn it into such a devastating place to live, such a humanitarian crisis. They are trying to do basically what is happening to Gaza right now to them. They are trying to starve this country to the point of revolution. This is how groups like Hamas are made. What they are hoping is that a revolution will lead to a puppet regime, that they can go in and basically steal the oil and steal the resources. I mean, not like they have much at this point, damn. But like, this is just a wet dream of Marco Rubio, which it was a wet dream of his father that he's trying to continue on. In all of this, the Cuban people are collateral damage. They do not matter. They are leverage. They are something to be played with. They do not matter here. The desires of Marco Rubio, Trump, the regime, the wants of capital owners are way more important than the lives of Cubans to this regime. To a lot of Americans, they simply just do not care. They have been propagandized for decades to just not care about this country. A lot of them aren't even aware of all that it can offer. Diesel also powers the electricity system that is faring so badly that many parts of the island suffer from 12-hour plus blackouts every day. Can you imagine every day, like how hard it is to live when the power goes out after like a storm for like a couple days, maybe a day or two? How annoying it is. 12 hours a day. My phone dies in like 3. Like, what are we doing? Like, this is insane. It's like they're trying to torture them. Help does not seem to be on the way. A shipment due to arrive from Mexico has been canceled, a sovereign decision, according to that country's president. This was written 9 days ago, so it might have changed since then. I'm not entirely sure. According to that country's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, despite clear pressure from Washington. Yeah. There have been no supplies from Venezuela, another traditional ally, since the U.S. violently removed the country's president, Nicolas Maduro, on the 3rd of January. Other allies, such as Russia and Algeria, have been even less forthcoming, with shipments last October and February, respectively, according to Kipler. While China expressed its deep concern and opposition to the United States' actions, promising support and assistance, it has traditionally bought oil from Cuba, which the Cuban government had received in aid from Venezuela. On Wednesday, as the Cuban people prepared for more misery, the U.S. Embassy threw a party. On Wednesday, as the Cuban people prepared for more misery, the U.S. Embassy threw a party for Freedom 250, the anniversary of the U.S. Declaration of Independence. So, not only is it just a disgusting thought to compare what's going on, how the Cuban citizens are being treated. They're being tortured, terrorized by the American government. Here you are partying for freedom, a party for freedom 250, the anniversary of the U.S. Declaration of Independence. Declaration of Independence? From what? What was that? Oh, the revolution that you led? Oh. Oh, so it's okay when you do a revolution, but when Cuba does it, you punish them for 66 years? Right. Right. Okay. The fuck is wrong with you people? Nonetheless, Cuba's leaders have a few options. According to their own government figures, the economy fell by 11% between 2019 and 2024. And another 5% through September 2025. Jesus fucking Christ. Hyperinflation has beggared those with state wages or pensions. Fidel Castro led a revolution because he wanted better for Cubans. He thought they deserved to profit off of their own resources, and they do deserve that. Since then, the United States of America has led a terrorism campaign against the country. And now we are at a point that is getting extremely fucking bad. People need to wake up. People need to realize what these people are going through. And that they are people. They are not responsible for the actions of the past. And they deserve to prosper just like we all have been able to. You can basically see Cuba from the bottom of Florida. Like, these are people that are not that different from you at all. At all. Like I've said, the country, just on a human level, honestly, like they deserve to be able to live a normal life, free of this embargo, free of these sanctions. Like, this is inhumane. On top of that, Cuba is an amazing country with amazing people that have so much to fucking offer. And they do not deserve to be starved like this, terrorized, like made to live in blackouts and hyperinflation to the point where they literally can't afford anything. They can't travel across the fucking place. They can't even go to the hospital sometimes. Like, what is the point of this? Eddie Morero is waiting in the queue for gas with his motorcycle. He is a trained doctor, but he now works as... He's a trained doctor, but he now works as a moto taxi driver, ferrying people around the city. Doing this, I make in one day what I make in a month as a doctor. Having petrol is critical, of course. No one is clear on what will happen next, only that life is going to get more difficult. It has been a downward spiral for 20 years, said a man waiting in the queue beside his yellow Leda. Asked who is to blame, he replies, I don't get involved in politics. I don't blame him, because it's just enraging. Just enraging. Like, there's nothing redeeming about getting involved in politics at this moment in time. So this is from 5 days ago. Cuba opened to talks with U.S. without pressure after months of Trump threats. Miguel Diaz-Canel says Cuba is willing to engage with Washington amid the island's deepening economic crisis. So they're willing to talk. It's just Washington. It's just the Trump regime that is not willing to actually deal with Havana. They just want to starve them and terrorize the citizens. After months of threats from Donald Trump, the president of Cuba, Miguel Diaz-Canel, has said that his government is willing to talk to the United States just so long as it is without pressure. On Sunday, Trump suggested that talks were already underway, telling reporters Cuba is a failing nation. It has been for a long time, but now it doesn't have Venezuela to prop it up. So we're talking to the people from Cuba, the highest people in Cuba, to see what happens. I think we're going to make a deal with Cuba, which is not going to be beneficial to the Cubans. Like it's like they say they don't. We're open to talks with as long as it's without pressure. Dude, you're literally under their boot right now. You're only talking to them because you are under an immense amount of pressure. Like, the pressure is already there. Like, you're seeing more pressure? Like, my brother in Christ. Last month, Trump signed an executive order threatening to impose additional tariffs on countries that sell oil to Cuba. And he later claimed that Mexico had agreed to halt shipments of oil at his request. A claim that the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, has rejected. Good for her. But Cuba's government is preparing the population for hardships beyond those already apparent. The island is already amid an economic slump that has seen people begging on the streets and rooting through bins for food. In recent years, hyperinflation has slashed state salaries and pensions. For those of you who don't know, pensions are like our retirement fund. Like, a lot of countries have them. In Canada, we have the Canadian pension plan. It's basically like a tax taken off your paycheck, and it goes to basically a retirement fund, and then you get paid from that. It's like social. Like, I don't know how it works in America, but it's basically like a retirement. It's kind of like a retirement fund, like or Social Security or like something like that. I don't know. 401k, I don't know, but it's a government program. Widespread power outages continued on Thursday with reports that the whole east region of the island was offline. Jesus fucking Christ. In his speech, Diaz-Canel said the energy persecution, the financial persecution, the intensification of the blockade with these coercive measures is such that we know that we have to do a very strong, very creative, very intelligent job to overcome all of the obstacles. This is just terrorism. Like, I don't understand. Like, you are trying to terrorize them. We're going to take measures that will, while not permanent, will require effort. Okay, like, I don't know what that means. And in interviews preceding the statement, other government ministers made it clear what that meant. It's not easy, the Deputy Foreign Minister Carlos Fernandez de Castillo told the news agency EFE. It's difficult for the government and very difficult for the population as a whole. I mean, I can only fucking imagine. Like, this is fucking insane. And have you seen a ton of fucking mainstream news outlets talking about this? No, I have not. Like, what? If this was any other fucking country, this would be a huge fucking deal. And nobody fucking cares because it's Cuba. You've just accepted it as status quo. Oh yeah, we hate Cuba. We have to fucking sanction them. We have to embargo them. We can't let them just prosper and like, literally just exist. Like, we have to punish them for shit that happened in the 60s. What? Bitch, are you for real? So Air Canada, we have like two or three airlines in Canada that we have our markets are monopolized to fuck. Anyways, not important right now. Air Canada cancels all flights to Cuba as U.S. oil blockade cuts off fuel access. So Air Canada is uh, our international our international airline. We have WestJet and what's the other one? Like it's our Flair. It's like Spirit. Not great. Anyways, any like we have those ones, but WestJet doesn't do a ton of international flights. I think they stopped doing international flights a while ago, but maybe they started again. But mainly, it's Air Canada that's doing our international flights, and they have canceled all flights to Cuba, like I said, and it's not just uh, Air Canada. Airlines from as far away as Russia, China, and Spain have also been affected as island nation warns of fuel shortage. So when planes are going back and forth, they need to refuel. So by the time they get to Cuba, they're going to need to refuel. And if there's no fuel there, they're going to literally be stuck. Like lost on a fucking island. Like it's crazy. So they're out of like safety they're just not going to go anymore, and there are still people there, and now that economy the and now the tourism economy is going to suffer even more than it already has, and that has been propping up the economy for a long time. So like there it's fucking insane. Like this is fucking insane. Air Canada has canceled all flights to Cuba after the island's authorities said they were running out of aviation fuel as a consequence of the U.S. oil blockade on the Caribbean country. The U.S. has threatened any country that sends oil to Cuba with increased tariffs, claiming the island's government is a threat to U.S. national security. On Monday, Claudia Sheinbaum, Mexico's president, lashed out at what she described as a very unjust U.S. policy. You can't strangle a nation in this way, she said. Mexico dispatched 800 tons of humanitarian aid to the beleaguered island nation on Sunday, and Sheinbaum said Mexico was taking all necessary diplomatic actions to be able to send oil to the island, although she did not offer details on how that might happen. Carney, where you at, bro? Like, where are you? Where are you, Mark Carney? Where are you? Open fucking consulate in fucking Greenland. I'm glad you did that, but where are you? Where are you, bitch? What I am starting to see is that you don't speak up on humanitarian crisis if it is brown people that are the victims of it. That is what I'm seeing. You don't really care about Gaza that much. You keep pretty fucking quiet on it. You keep very fucking quiet, especially since the ceasefire has been broken like over 1,000 times. Where you at? You have a lot to say on the Ukraine. You had a lot to say about Greenland. Where are you now? Nicolas Maduro was kidnapped in the middle of the night by the United States, by the terroristic organization, the CIA. Cubans are being starved. Where are you? The hospitals are going to close. The roads are going to be empty because there's no fuel. They're not going to be able to warm their homes. They're not going to be able to fucking like cook at some point. They're going to have to fucking use fire. Where are you? Until now, the US's increasingly aggressive stance had felt relatively distant on the island, with Cubans more preoccupied with trying to survive in a perpetual state of economic crisis because of the United States. But on Monday, gas stations across the country were closed, and there were far fewer cars on the road. Cubans with cars have been told that finding fuel will require downloading an app and joining an online queue, a line, on WhatsApp groups dedicated to the crisis. People were complaining the system was almost impossible to work. Cubans without transport tried to flag down what drivers there are from the side of the roads. Jesus Christ. Most Americans will never know what this shit is like. And yet, their tax dollars go to make this happen all around the world. When the fuck are you guys going to have enough? When are you going to say, hey, wait, I don't want my tax dollars going to starve people. I don't want my tax dollars going to lead people to die. I don't want my tax dollars going to bomb countries. I'll read off the list again. In his second term alone, Trump has bombed Syria, Nigeria, Somalia, Iran, Yemen, Venezuela, boats from Colombia, Trinidad and Tobago. He has waged this offensive on Cuba. He's threatened Greenland, Canada, Panama. What? I can go on. There still are more, motherfucker. Like, when are you going to stand up and say, I have had enough of this? You are not, well, you think that you're an international cop, America is. And maybe that's the truth. One British holidaying couple in the southern tourist town of Trinidad were furious about the situation. Cuba is the most beautiful place, the wife said. I absolutely love it here and will come back with my kids one day when I hope the resilience of the Cuban people has once again triumphed over the economic terrorism of the USA. Bitch. Yes. They preferred not to give their names. I don't blame them, but this is just fucking insane. Economic terrorism is a great way to fucking put it. I don't understand. Well, I do understand how Americans are okay with this because the mainstream corporate media is completely 100% complicit. Like, this should be all over the fucking news. Your country is responsible for this. This is what the Trump regime is doing right now. Is anybody talking about it? Is anybody talking about it? What the fuck? Trump literally talked about Greenland. Literally said words. This is a full embargo, a blockade. You are trying to starve them. You are trying to terrorize. Not trying to. You are terrorizing this country. You have been for decades and decades. Because they, like I said, they dared to think that they deserved to profit off of the resources that are beneath the ground that they walk on, that they were born on, the land that they were fucking born on. But no, we have to protect American capital. American capital is what dictates the entire world. Capital owners in America have to profit off of everybody else's resources. That is how it works. And if you deem to have even the disgusting notion that you get to prioritize yourself in the profits, in the industries that your land produces, then we will starve you, We will bomb you. We will overthrow your governments. We will fund terrorist campaigns, militias. We will fund extremists. We will create extremist groups. We will go in and invade. We will start wars. We will get England to join in. We will get everybody to think that we are the virtuous ones. We will cause extremist groups to say, hey, maybe we should focus on them because they're fucking everybody up over here. We will literally create the conditions in which terrorists are made and then punish those countries for having those groups in them. Not at the helm, but we will punish. We will bomb Nigeria because of a militia group. Yes, a terrorist group, far-right, extremist Islamist group. I get it. But we'll bomb the country because they're in it. You people need to figure the fuck out. I don't got anything left for you. This, like I said, I have a deep love for Cuba, and this makes me so viscerally angry. It made me so viscerally angry before Trump got in office. I was pissed at the Biden administration that didn't do enough. They didn't do not nearly enough. Fucking Obama didn't do nearly enough. He waited way too fucking long. And Biden didn't do fucking shit. Like, that fucking war criminal needs to go somewhere. Like, I hate him. Anyways, keep your eyes open. Pay attention to this shit. Please, like, Democrats should be up in arms about this. Democrats should fucking care about this. But they fucking hate communists too. They hate brown people too. Especially that fucking bitch Chuck Schumer. So you need to stand up and say this is wrong. Call your fucking Congress member. Call your fucking local politicians. Like, stand up and say this is wrong. Because it is. Like, if you do not, then stand up now and say that something is wrong, that this is wrong, then you are going to be watching a huge humanitarian crisis unfold, and you're going to be like, wow, how did this happen? It's because of you, motherfucker. It's because you didn't stand up. And, like, you all need to realize that you in America are experiencing a taste of all of the fucking terror that your country, your government, and your CIA, your terrorist group, the CIA, has spread all across the world. People have been experiencing moments like the murder of Alex Preddy, like the murder of Renee Good, at the hands of the American government, the American military, for decades. You are experiencing a taste of it, a tiny little taste. If you think it's fucking wrong, just think about what other people have endured. Okay, so Pamela Bondi had just an insane crash out in front of a congressional hearing yesterday over the Epstein files. She was asked a ton of questions, caught red-handed in so many different scenarios, and just had the most hysterical responses every single time she was asked a question. And like, at this point, you have like she was talking to people like the members of Congress. Most of them had seen a lot of unredacted files. So like they knew the answers to what they were asking, and like she was still hysterical. And like she brought what people are calling a burn book, like she did last time, by the way, and that had like a list, just a list of Congress members and things, perceived wrongs that they had done, and like things that they had voted on, and like gotchas. Like it was so stupid. Mind you, she's being asked about pedophilia and sex trafficking of minors with the victims behind her. That was one of the craziest parts. Anyways, so it's from the Daily Beast. Bondi has bonkers yelling meltdown as Dems rip her to shreds. Attorney General Pam Bondi exploded in a shouting match with Democrats after she was accused of lying under oath over the Epstein files and repeatedly confronted over her botched handling of the saga. That's like putting it mildly. In extraordinary scenes on Capitol Hill, Donald Trump's handpicked chief lawmaker spent the morning yelling at members of Congress, accusing them of Trump derangement syndrome. Which was like what are you talking like? That was in reference to somebody asking her if about crimes that Donald Trump had committed, and she had the audacity to say that there's no evidence that Donald Trump committed any crimes in these files, and there's a ton of evidence. We've seen so much, and it's like, and he even pulled some of the files out and was like, "I believe you just lied under oath." She's insane, accusing them of Trump derangement syndrome and refusing to answer questions as Jeffrey Epstein's stunned victims watched in the public gallery, literally right behind her. The Dow is. This has gotten a lot of traction online. Like Jamie Raskin was asking her about like Epstein and victims and like these crimes, and she goes, "The Dow is over $50,000." She screamed at one point under questioning from House Judiciary Committee ranking member Jamie Raskin. So, yeah, these people, like, yes, there's an international sex trafficking ring of children where all the elite and all these rich people, the president, the former president, a bunch of like a ton of powerful people are caught up in it. Les Wexner is a co-conspirator. There's other co-conspirators that have not been unredacted, and here she is talking about the Dow is over $50,000. What? The fuck are you talking about, bitch? Like what? What? I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. That's what she sounds like to me. Like the Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P is almost at 7,000, and the Nasdaq is smashing records. That's what we should be talking about. Bitch, you're covering up pedophilia, sex trafficking crimes. Elite pedophile cabal. You're covering up for them. Huh? The fuck? What are you talking about? The Dow? They're so worried about the stock market and like 401ks, and but no, the average American does not have a 401k. Who, like, the only people that's really good for the stock market being up and the 401, like all of that shit being up, is the people who were in the Epstein class. Like, and like dumb fuck fiscally conservative country club Republicans. Fuck them. And fuck Pam Bondi. The fuck? The exchange was one of many barbs Bondi lodged as she came under scrutiny in Congress for the first time since her department released its final tranche of files relating to Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Mind you, there's millions of files not released. Millions. The FBI seized like, I think it was like 14 terabytes. I don't believe that this is 14 terabytes so far. These pictures and PDFs and like email. Okay. While the Attorney General began by declaring she was deeply sorry. Bullshit. Wow. Deeply sorry for what victims went through, things quickly went downhill as Democrats began probing her about Trump's links to the sex offender. her department's lack of prosecutions, and how she had personally handled the files. In another startling moment, Bondi once again clashed with Raskin as he tried to get her to address a question from Democrat Jerry Nadler about how many co-conspirators, if any, she was investigating. That should be an easy fucking question, bitch. There was co-conspirators named in the documents. If you were doing any type of investigation, which you said you've been doing this whole time, then you should be investigating co-conspirators. It should be easily yes or no. You can let her filibuster all you want, but not on our watch, Raskin intervened, addressing committee chairman Jim Jordan and then Bondi. Jim Jordan is a piece of shit too. He was like trying to help her through this the entire time. It was so fucking annoying. I told you about that, Attorney General. Incredulous Bondi then fired back, "You don't tell me anything, you washed up loser lawyer." Can we?
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
This is about the Epstein files. So yes, what does the Dow have to do with anything about the Epstein files? What are you talking about? Okay, the country club Republicans, they have a good 401k. They're set for life. Okay, the average American is literally starving. Anyways, like...
Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year.
Meanwhile, every other part of the economy is in the fucking shitter. Like, okay, cool, the stock market is up. The average American, most Americans do not have a 401k, do not have stocks. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, this is not beneficial to most Americans. Later, she told Raskin he had Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. Like, that was insane. After he asked about Trump seeking $10 billion from taxpayers as a part of a lawsuit he has filed against the Federal Internal Revenue Service, which is insane. He's like, basically he's like getting the government to pay him $10 billion. It's insane. That's fucking insane. Things became so chaotic at one point that the Trump-friendly Fox News cut away from televising the live hearing. They literally couldn't even play it because this is insane. Like, if they showed this to Fox News viewers, even they couldn't like spin it. Like, it's just crazy. But the session took yet another turn when Democrat Ted Lieu played a video of Trump and Epstein partying together years ago when the pair were still Playboy socialites in Palm Beach and New York. Gross. Asked if there were any underage girls at any party they attended, Bondi paused for a few seconds pondering what to say. This is so ridiculous that they are trying to deflect from all the great things that Donald Trump has done. He was best friends with an international sex trafficking pedophile. And there's a ton of claims against Donald Trump in all the files that were released. Did you go through them at all? He's not the one who seems deranged here, Pamela Joe. The fuck? There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everybody knows that. Girl, you are not Donald Trump. Shut the fuck up. This has been the most transparent presidency. Oh my God, Pamela. They literally had to sign into a law to get you to release these. And you redacted everything. And like when they caught you red-handed in redactions, you're like, we're being transparent. We redacted it after we caught you. Like, Lieu then produced a file from a witness who tipped off the FBI with an uncorroborated allegation about a girl who claimed she had been raped by the president. I believe you just lied under oath, he suggested. Don't you ever accuse me of a crime, she clapped back. Girl, the hearing took place weeks after the Justice Department released more than 3.5 million fresh files relating to Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking networks. But this was only about half of the 6 million documents the department reviewed, prompting renewed fears of a cover-up. Plus, all the co-conspirators being redacted in the initial release, them covering up for everybody who said anything untoward or disgusting or perverted. They covered up for everybody in everything that they did release. So I'm wondering what is so bad that they felt they couldn't release it, you know? Trump, who has consistently claimed the files were a hoax, which is such a chicken shit, it's an evil fucking thing to say. You were a part of this fucking, pedophilic sex trafficking ring. And you are gonna dare look at the camera, know the victims are watching and listening, and have the fucking nerve to fucking call it a hoax? Burn in hell, motherfucker. Burn in hell. Was Trump, who claimed the files was a hoax, was initially featured about 5,300 times in the heavily redacted trove. Only 5,300 times in the heavily redacted trove. That is only half of the files that they have. That they say they have. But after lawmakers were allowed to view unredacted versions of the files this week, his name reportedly appeared more than 1 million times, suggesting there is much more the public does not know. Of course there is. There's Virginia Giuffre. She died of suicide in 2025. Allegedly. Before the hearing, Epstein survivors and the families of victims spoke outside the U.S. Capitol to once again demand transparency. Among them was Sky Roberts, the brother of Virginia Giuffre, who says Epstein's associate recruited her as a teenager after meeting her while she worked at Trump's Mar-a-Lago. Roberts blasted the administration, saying its treatment of survivors had been nothing short of a failure. It's like a slap in the face. They're trying to victimize these women all over again. There was an email, I'm sure they may go over it, but there was an email that one of the victims' lawyers sent to the DOJ saying, please redact all these names of the victims. I represent this victim. And they were talking to, I don't know how it worked, but they coordinated. So please do not let any of these names of victims be released in these files. That specific email was released, and they redacted the lawyer's name, but not the victims. And a lot of the victims were saying it feels very intentional, because you took the time to redact 2 names on the paper, but not the list of all of the victims, not the complete list. It was what the fuck? What the fuck? Bondi began the hearing reading an opening statement in which she apologized to survive bullshit. Fuck her. Telling them, I am a career prosecutor. Then do your job. Do your job, Pamela Joe. And despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims. And no, you have not. No, you have not. And I will continue to do so. Fuck you. No, you know. Fighting for victims? What about the victims of your boss, Donald J. Trump? The fuck? I'm not even reading her fucking... Her apology is fucking bullshit. I'm not fucking reading it. But things immediately spiraled from there after she apologized. And she remained defiant in the face of being called out for failing to redact survivors' information in released files. This is not about anybody who came before you. It is about taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn around. And it's crazy that she didn't do this. They're waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done. Washington Congressman Pramila Jayapal told her. And I can't believe Pamela Joe says, I am not going to get in the gutter with this woman. She's doing theatrics. She has the nerve to talk about theatrics when she's doing a full one-woman show for one man named Donald Trump, but also theatrics in asking you to apologize to the victims for not even contacting them. They're right behind you. How could you not feel like you're a soulless human being? That's crazy. If I had an Epstein survivor in front of me, I would fucking apologize for what happened to them, and I'm not even involved in this cover up in the least bit. I've been trying to fucking cover all the fucking new shit that happens. Like, I don't. The fuck are you on about, you fucking evil bitch? What the fuck? Okay, so MS Now montage of Pam Bondi yelling at lawmakers, which is like, this is just another day in Trump's America. Like,
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician.
Not a complicated question.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged. Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with, you
Okay,
don't, do you?
I'm gonna teach you the rules again. You're the-
Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? Nothing about helping crime.
he deserved to be impeached. He deserves to be impeached now. He should have been impeached 84 times in the past month. Like, what the fuck are you on about, Pamela? The fuck?
Her district. She's not even worth getting into the details.
You indicted.
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No.
And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer. You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't.
bigger than
when you can't-
Watergate.
When I don't answer a question the way
this
you
goes
want.
over.
Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify.
The whole thing is given a grown-up version of Regina George from Mean Girls, you know.
Okay. The liberal news. No. It was not giving Regina George. It was giving, protector of pedophiles. Person who is covering up for elite pedophilic cabal, probably because Jeffrey Epstein was maybe murdered by her boss, or, was intelligence for the Mossad, CIA, and had a lot of information, blackmail on important people, and probably gave that to other countries that he worked for, aka the KGB, Russia, Putin, which you're fine with investigating that angle, but you will not connect it to all the blatant evidence in which Jeffrey Epstein clearly worked for Israeli intelligence. We've had way more evidence of that than a few emails with Putin. So, and like, what? Like, can we stop soft peddling this shit? It was giving monster. It's giving a soulless demon. She's sitting there protecting and acting hysterically for pedophiles, elite international sex trafficking pedophiles. She's like with the victims behind her. It's giving monster. That's what it gives me. Sociopathic. Like, we need to start calling like shit how it is. And like, MS Now goes harder than most of those fucking like mainstream media outlets, but they do not go nearly hard enough. And they will not touch on issues like Israel and their involvement with certain things and what they're doing, and like not nearly enough coverage on what the fuck is going on in Gaza and how much the ceasefire has been broken. Like, And it's also like, I just like, it feels so unserious. Like, you understand the moment, but don't understand the movement. And because of that, you don't know how to properly like address these issues and organize and whatever. Like, it's fucking annoying. This is why you see them fucking people, the fucking No Kings rallies doing like yoga or whatever the fuck that stupid shit was. I don't know. It's just so unserious. And then, I know people are like, we're doing that so we don't seem like militia. And it's like, well, no, we have to be serious about this because we're not like, we're not fighting to keep a park open, bitch. We are fighting for human rights. We're fighting for people to not be shot in the face on the street. We are fighting for people to not be rounded up indiscriminately by secret policemen with masked jackboot militia thugs. We're fighting that. So maybe we can like act a little serious. Be serious. We need to like, oh my God. I understand it's like sometimes it's fun to take shots at people, but like we need to like, this is the biggest political scandal in America since like ever. There is like the president of the United States, multiple presidents of the United States, multiple people who have worked for multiple presidents of the United States, aka Larry Summers, Kathy Rumler, Howard Lutnick, Steve Bannon was all over the White House in the first term. And he's like, this is insane. This is one of the like biggest political scandals I think ever in the globe. Like there's, oh my God. So the two presidents are caught up in an international sex trafficking pedophile ring. And this woman is covering it up. It's giving devil. It's giving demonia. Like, I don't understand how... Demon. Like, what? We need to be serious. Like, come on. Fucking hell. Kim Bondi's prepared insult flashcards exposed by GOP rep. Okay, so she literally had like people are calling it a literal burn book, which I guess that's the Regina George reference thing. But even then, it's like, girl, come on, let's. It's like this person is hysterical. This is disgusting. She brought a book of insults. What are you, 12? Like, what are we doing? And like, let's not feed into it and be like, it's like Regina George. Like, no. She's a hysterical, evil person covering up for elite sex trafficking pedophiles. People who raped little girls. That is who she's covering up for. We're talking about the rape of children here. It's like the mainstream corporate news should not be self-peddling that topic. It should not, like, there should be a little bit of, maybe let's not make jokes here. Like, it's one thing for somebody like me, like an online political commentator, crack a jokes in between what's going on, but like, it's the mainstream corporate news. Are you doing fluff pieces, or like, are we reporting the news? And this is why Mehdi Hassan was fired. This is why Joy Reid was let go. Like, Jim Acosta. Like, there's a long line of people who had to leave mainstream corporate news because of bullshit like this. Like, we need to, like, focus. Jesus. No hate to the Daily Beast. I mean, they're just doing their job, but, you know. For hours while being grilled by lawmakers, Bondi repeatedly flipped through her binder while attacking lawmakers who dared to challenge her over the Justice Department's botched handling of the documents on the pedophile. A funny thing about Bondi's insults to members of Congress who had serious questions, staff literally gave her flashcards with individualized insults, but she couldn't memorize them, so you could see her shuffle Calling to a lawyer. You can see her shuffle through them to find the flashcards insult that matches the member. Jesus Christ. It's just so severely unserious. Like, what are we doing here? What? Kentucky lawmaker and regular Trump critic who forced the vote to release the Epstein files was one of the only GOP members to challenge Bondi over the Epstein probe. Massey blasted Bondi for the Justice Department's failure to redact survivors' names and information while protecting alleged co-conspirators in the released files. Bondi shot back at Massey with, "You're a failed politician. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome." By the end of it, Massey could barely keep a straight face as he pushed Bondi to answer him. Speaking to reporters outside the hearing room moments later, he ripped into her for using incompetence as a defense. Well, I mean, one of the only viable offenses here. Like, they're just severely incompetent. Even in their cover-up, it's incompetent. It's crazy. Throughout the hearing, the Attorney General also refused to answer Democrats' questions and instead referred to prepared talking points to attack them. It was similar to how other Trump cabinet members and top officials, including FBI Director Kash Patel, have shown up to testify. It's like a full Trump, like a Trumpian play. Like, deny, attack, and then reverse the victim and offender. So, like, you are accusing them now. Like, it's called Darvo. It's an abusive tactic that people use. A close-up of the Attorney General's papers at one point showed she had printed out Representative Pramila Jayapal's search history from when the Washington Congresswoman went to review the unredacted Epstein documents, indicating that the Justice Department was tracking lawmakers viewing the documents to potentially use them against them. Pause. What are we doing? This was so insane. The fact that they were tracking each member's search history of these files that they gave them unredacted, unlimited access to, you're giving us access to these files, the unredacted files, and now you're trying to use what we looked for as a gotcha, or to use it against us. It's so weird. Not only that, why the fuck are you spying on members of Congress? I thought they were elected and sworn in to be trusted. Also, is spying just normal now? Palantir, the fucking, this shit, the fucking Nest footage. Did y'all hear about that fucking thing with Nancy Guthrie? Selena Guthrie's mom, the girl from NBC or whatever? That, first of all, the whole story is insane. When I first heard it, when it first popped off, I was like, hopefully it comes out that she just, got confused and wandered. I mean, she's 84, you know? Maybe she got confused and wandered off or, got lost. I was, hoping for that. And then everything since has been so crazy. But the part where they accessed footage that should not have been able to exist is kind of creepy. I'm glad they were able to do it in this case, but it's very weird, very creepy. Are we just living in a severe? I mean, yes, you are. It is totally inappropriate and against separations of power for the DOJ to surveil us as we search for the Epstein files, Jayapal wrote on X. Bondi showed up today with a burn book that held a printed search history of exactly what emails I searched. That is outrageous, and I intend to pursue this and stop this spying on members of Congress. Which I agree. I mean, what are we doing? Do we not? If you're giving them access, you either trust them or you don't. And also, they're members of Congress, sworn in. We're supposed to trust them to a level. It's very weird. And what does it mean for people in power? Can they use that same technology on every member of Congress? Can they use it on people with CEOs and judges and all these other, like, going into a very weird lane. And I don't know, girl, very dystopian. Bondi's stonewalling and attempts to tear down Democrats started to become a pattern throughout the hearing. When a Democrat's time for questioning expired, Bondi would ask the next Republican lawmaker if she could take 20 seconds first to respond to their Democratic colleagues. They all... Bunch of fucking cucks. Jesus, they all let her. She would then rattle off insults from prepared pages or hold up images of what she claimed were convicted, undocumented immigrants from their districts. And convicted. What are they supposed to do about it? They were convicted. Like, what? You're the like DOJ woman. If you want to change the law, change it. Like, that's not how, like, hello? But her prepared burn book backfired at one point and was repeatedly mocked by Democratic lawmakers throughout the hours-long aggressive grilling. Because this is a serious topic, and she's like, oh, let me find insult number 4. Like, what are we doing? Can you please be, like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I thought Canadian politics was unserious, and it is, but in a totally different way. It's unserious, but competent. Well, unless your name is Ford. Anyways, not the point. When Bondi flipped to her list of insults about Representative Becca Boland, she accused the Vermont lawmaker of not voting for a resolution amid the heightened anti-Semitism in the U.S. This is insane. I'll just let her talk for herself because, like...
Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes, and the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected, and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people who have suffered,
some of which who are in the room, by the way.
Who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers, and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials: Howard Nutlick, Secretary of Commerce; John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy; and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the deputy,
she's not asking you if they went on the 5 o'clock news. She's asking you if you investigated them. Because per the files that you have, they are in somewhat guilty or implied. There's an implication, something is wrong. Like, girl, like, and also it's not, you should be investigating them regardless. Like, why the fuck were you okay and willing, more than willing, to be affiliated with this international sex trafficking pedophile, a lot of you were okay with it after he had been charged successfully. Yes, it was like a sweetheart deal, terrible, but he was still charged with procuring a minor for the purpose of prostitution. A minor.
Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay,
instead
I'm
of a Border
reclaiming my
Patrol
time.
agent
I'm asking
murdered.
you not a trick question, a simple
Stunned.
question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know
that
who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
Also, RFK came out and volunteered that he had been on the Lolita Express. Who else? Dr. Oz. He has been was in the files. He just got exposed recently. It's almost as if they planned this. Everybody who was implicated got a spot somewhere, and everybody who was okay with it got a spot. Everybody else is just the most deplorable human beings on earth, or complete and utter boobs like Kash Patel. The worst people like Kristi Noem, puppy killer Kristi Noem, and then Jewish Nazi Pee Wee German Stephen Miller. He's 2 of the worst things that you can be as a man, short and bald.
And what
does ties mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean? Can
I
you
think
define
Americans would be shocked to learn that you
What does ties mean? Go back to school, Pamela Joe.
are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
across
ties
the
mean?
world,
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been
Time
exposed
belongs to the
in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace, and that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One
Time
second.
belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic. This
beautiful
is
state.
pathetic, Mr.
Committee
Chair.
will be in order.
I am not asking trick questions here.
You
The
got your
American
5
people
minutes.
have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about, not
She's out of excuses now. So, and come back. So she's flipping through her little book.
ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'll be up to the gentleman, but
Absolutely, Madam
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one.
He's been subpoenaed. He's coming into Congress. for hearing.
I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was
Weak
here.
sauce. Weak
And
sauce.
also, I want the record to reflect that, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
from
is
the
Jewish.
river
I
Sea
want to be
as
clear.
anti-Semitic.
Do you want to go there, Attorney
time
General?
belongs
Or
to
do
the
you
gen-
want to go there? Are
Time
you
belongs to the
serious?
gentleman
Talking
from
about
South
anti-Semitism
Carolina.
to a woman who
Lady
lost
will-
her grandfather in the
I reclaim
Holocaust?
my time. I
Really?
reclaim my time.
Really?
So, I mean, I don't know if I'm just not American, but like, you didn't think that would look bad. Ooh, 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 ooh. Girl, accusing a descendant of a victim of the Holocaust of anti-Semitism is actually insane. I mean, I probably just did that with Stephen Miller, but his ideological stance is very similar to that of a Nazi, so I have no issue with it. Also, his actions very much match with that. He is just fucking just insane. I feel like if you could have done the research to like know what she was fucking voting on, this was like absolutely insane, not at all correlated to what's going on at all. But couldn't you have like looked up maybe the fact that she is of Jewish descent or of descent? Like, I don't know if she's Jewish, but I'm assuming. But like, okay. Other Democrats predicting what was coming invited Bondi directly to share her comebacks as their time for questioning expired. Let's hear the opposition research. Rui Garcia said after blasting Bondi as one of the worst attorney generals in history and an instrument of Donald Trump's authoritarian agenda. Straight up. Bondi went on to dramatically declare Garcia was not running for office again, but then admitted she did not know why while consulting her notes. What? Okay. Representative Jared Moskowitz took it one step further by pulling out a board at the end of his comments and taunting her. Because I'm curious and I'd like to see, flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder, he said, grinning. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. Can we like, I understand she's not serious, but like, can we like be like different somehow? Like, we don't have to be like Puritans with our like, but like, girl, can we? I don't know. Liberals are so unserious. It's just like, dude, can we read some literature? Can we learn about some movements? Get a better worldview. God. As he spoke, he uncapped a marker and said, I just want to see how good it is, so give me your best one. Like, girl, come on. The Attorney General accused him of mocking the Bible in his earlier comments after he held up the Trump Bible while speaking, which he denied, but she wouldn't indulge him further. Girl, shut up. I want it from the girl. Serious, please. Like, we're supposed to be cracking jokes, not about girl. All right, so mega names call for Bondi to resign after wild congressional meltdown. Well, I would hope so, but also I hate that all these Republicans are so willing to place the blame on people underneath Trump rather than just actually take that extra step and blame Trump because they're all doing his bidding. There will be calls for Kristi Noem to resign, Stephen Miller to resign, Pam Bondi to resign. Like, they're all doing the bidding of the motherfucking president. The buck stops with him. He's the leader. He's the boss. What are we doing? If like Republic, why can't you just take it one step further and say the president needs to be impeached? The fuck? A flurry of conservative names turned on Pam Bondi after her wild meltdown in front of Congress. On Wednesday, the Attorney General was hauled before lawmakers on Capitol Hill to face a grilling for her botched handling of the Epstein files. What followed was a farce, with the 60-year-old. Anyways, lashing out at her Democratic foes with prepared insults at every turn, preferring to talk about President Donald Trump's claimed economic successes instead of about Epstein's crimes. I always use 60-year-old women as like, I don't know. Most of the 60-year-old women in my life have been so wise that you're like, like older women are fucking fascinating and like, damn. Even being a woman can't save a Floridian. Damn. Wow. Florida woman. Damn. 60 years old and you still ain't got no sense. That's crazy. That's crazy. What are you talking about? Lashing out at her Democratic foes with prepared insults at every turn, preferring to talk about President Donald Trump's claimed economic successes instead of about Epstein's crimes. Bondi twisted in her seat, pointing and yelling at Democratic members of the House Judiciary Committee, accusing them of Trump derangement syndrome, and refusing to answer questions as Epstein's shocked victims watched from the public gallery. The bizarre spectacle prompted condemnation across the board. A visibly stunned Representative Thomas Massie told reporters after the shouting match she didn't even answer anything. She came here ready to talk about the Dow Jones and the NASDAQ, which seems kind of crazy to me. Because it is. That's insane. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? The fuck? I just don't understand. What the fuck? Who cares about the economy right now? We're talking about victims of pedophiles, sex trafficking, rapists. Girl. He was not the only conservative to call out Bondi's sorry performance, as many rushed to demand her resignation or impeachment. Kyle Rittenhouse? What the fuck? Kyle Rittenhouse? Kyle Rittenhouse? Kyle Rittenhouse? You're telling me he has more moral clarity than Pamela Joe Bondi right now? In this particular moment? In this particular moment alone? Kyle Rittenhouse? The chubby boy that cried testifying after shooting up protesters? Kyle Rittenhouse? That one? That Mr. Potato head looking ass. What did we do? Kyle Rittenhouse? Who was acquitted of murdering 2 people. He still murdered them during a protest against police violence when he was just 17. An absolute jewel of society. And he was acquitted. Let back out. He's free. Tweeting up a storm. When he was just 17, wrote, Pam Bondi needs to resign her, meet Dylan for AG. Girl, like what's going look? Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? The monstrous, soulless racist is like, Pam Bondi needs to resign. She's covering up for pedophiles. First of all, She does, but also, second of all, you should kill yourself. Like, fuck you, Kyle Rittenhouse. You piece of shit. Go burn in hell. Like, the fuck? Conservative radio host Eric Erickson said Bondi should quit or be fired, referring to a clip of the AG ranting about stocks instead of answering a question. Yeah, I don't know what she thought that was going to do. Well, it was going to look good for Donald Trump. That's why she did it. That was like her whole hysterical performance was just for one man, Donald Trump. And girl, like, really? Him? Anyways. When the Attorney General of the United States is asked why she has prosecuted no one related to Jeffrey Epstein, and this is her answer, she should be fired or resign. Well, that's true. But neither will happen, which is another reason the Democrats are going to have a good election year. That's also true. Tim Pool, a prominent pro-Donald Trump commentator and podcaster, also broke from Bondi. During an episode of Timcast posted to YouTube, he declared, "Man, we are a nation of adult children." True. Yeah, that goes into what I was talking about. Like, how there's, like, why is nobody serious? Like, can we bring back some level of, like, seriousness and let comedians be do the comedy, you know? Let the critics be the critics. The journalists should be journalists. I want, like, real hard-hitting investigative reporting. I want the style of reporting that, like, people that, like, Taylor Lorenz does in terms of, like, tech and internet and how she does it. And you can find a lot of people that do not like Taylor Lorenz. That is what it's supposed to be like. Like, because when you are an investigative journalist, you step on toes. You expose things. You piss people off because you are in search of the truth. You are supposed to be somebody who is fighting for the truth nonstop. And all these people will let, like, politicians get on their fucking platforms, get on their fucking shows, and fucking lie through their fucking teeth with no fucking pushback. Or worse, these fucking shows will lie to you or liberal wash everything so that you don't feel what is happening is as bad as it is. And I'll explain this in a very simple term. When you guys bomb another country, it's called a military strike. We strike Iran. Oh, we had a strike in the middle of the night, airstrikes, whatever. If somebody bombs you, it's a terrorist attack. We are under attack. We have to go to war. And if anybody tried to do that to you, it would be a 5-alarm fire. Like, you are constantly bombing people. Trump has bombed Syria, Nigeria, Somalia, Iran, Yemen, Venezuela, boats from Colombia and Trinidad and Tobago. He's already talking about bombing Iran again. He had bombed Syria twice, I believe, already in his first term so far. He kidnapped Maduro, and bombed Caracas, which is crazy. He's been threatening Greenland, he's been threatening Canada, he's been threatening Panama. Like, there's no way that any other country could get away with doing what you guys do all around the world. It is so fucking abhorrent and barbaric how easily it is for these people to treat lives as if they are nothing and then go to the public and lie in their face and tell them that it was virtuous to bomb these people. It was virtuous to kill people. That's what they tell you. And they try to dress it up in these words that aren't as viscerally emotional. They don't have such a emotional response. Like, obviously, if Jen Psaki got on the fucking 9 p.m. news on MS Now and fucking talked about how we bombed Nigeria, we bombed this country, we illegally bombed, war crimes. Like, there are ways that they liberal wash with their language that is so subtle. And it, I mean, kind of a bad guy to reference, but the work that he did does not, the work that he did is not invalid, but he is a creep, in my opinion, because, like, you had to have known. Noam Chomsky. If you haven't read it, go look into manufacturing consent, or just like the basic generalities of it if you don't want to support him now, which I don't not get. You know what I mean? I get where you're coming from. He added, or Tim Pool added, I think Pam Bondi has done I give her more credit than people do. I was about to say that I think she's done a decent job, but I can't, it's just, I can't say it. Yeah, because she's done a terrible job. The only thing that she's done good, even the cover up, she hasn't done a good job at. Like, it's crazy. There's not one thing that she's done well. There's so many times that she's appointed people, Lindsay Halligan, Alina Habba, like all of the mass exodus from multiple DOJs in multiple different states because they're not prosecuting the law properly. Like, it's insane. I think they've miserably handled the Epstein files. I don't think we're serviced as the American people by this kind of yelling and insult lodging and going off of topic by talking about the stock market and that kind of bullshit. Tim Pool explained. He also offered a shout out to Congressman Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, the architects of the Epstein Transparency Act, for getting the job done. Which is true. Like, they deserve all the credit in the world. And I do not like Thomas Massie as a person. I mean, if I didn't know where he stood politically on a lot of issues, he'd probably be a cool guy. I don't know. But he's not, I don't think he's a good person. And he has a lot of insane views, to me, that are insane. But on this issue, we agree. Leave it to all the surprise in the world. The libertarian is the one that's the most vocal against pedophilia. All the surprise in the world over here is what? Good for you, though. Nick Fuentes, the far-right podcaster, demanded she be impeached even before the meltdown. Pam Bondi needs to be impeached. You lied about the existence of the files. You lied about unindicted collaborators and accomplices, he said on his February 9 Rumble show, America First. All the worst people are on Rumble, ain't they? Like, or Kick. I said it before, I'll say it again. If I had a nickel for every time there was a pedophile platform named Kick in my lifetime, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's still weird that it's happened twice. The white supremacists, yes, call him out. The white supremacists, considered to be much further to the right than President Donald Trump, but who has dined with him, added that the head of the FBI, Kash Patel, must go too. Obviously, he blatantly lied. Like, he lied through his teeth. Like, under oath, he perjured himself, as did Bondi. Like, I don't understand all these people. If this was a normal country, all these people would be gone, fired. But at this point, the only thing that matters to Donald Trump is like loyalty. And they are all acting hysterically to seem loyal. And at this point, it's not working on anybody except for him, which is crazy if you want any type of power or influence after he's out. But they're all acting as though he will never leave the White House. And with all the shit that we've seen, the Fulton County, Georgia shit, like, kind of seeming like they're going to try and do something. There are people that you acknowledge exist who are likely incriminated in the files that you said did not exist. You lied in the furtherance of a cover-up. Pam Bondi has to be impeached. Kash Patel has to be impeached, he said. He explored the topic in a show after the congressional tantrum. Pam Bondi folds in Senate hearing, said the title of the show. Mary Trump, the estranged niece of the president, said Bondi will remain in her post for a grim reason. Pam Bondi won't resign and she won't be fired. She's doing exactly what her boss hired her to do, she wrote on X. The only part where I disagree is that she's doing a very incompetent job even at that. You know what I mean? Like, her job was to go in and act hysterical and do all that shit, deny and attack them all. Yes, that was her job. But also, her job is to cover up what's in these files for Donald Trump. And she's done a terrible job at that. Terrible job. If she was actually really doing that, then we wouldn't have so much evidence that we already have. And it's only what we have of, it's only what's left unredacted right now. Like, there's still a bunch that's redacted, and then there's still a bunch at the DOJ that they haven't released yet. Like, over half the files. It's, what are we doing here? So, like, I just don't understand how you would think a cover-up would be simple. Like, just redact the names. Redact the name of the person that you're trying to cover up for. Pretty simple. That's the only reason, that's the only reason that I would think that maybe she would be fired, because she's doing a pretty piss poor job at like not implicating Donald Trump. But he's in such an echo chamber right now that I don't even think he knows that this is a big deal for him. Okay, so of course he did. Trump leaps to Bondi's defense with wild Epstein tirade. Of course he did, because like Mary Trump so put it, she's doing exactly what she was hired to do, being Karen Bondi. That's exactly what she was supposed to do when she got in there. And like when I said she was doing a performance for one person, I meant it, because that performance was probably taken rather well when he was sitting there watching the fucking TV addict that he is. Honestly, I doubt that he watched that whole thing. He's like, his attention span is so, it's gone. Like, I mean, his mind is gone. I barely even like want to cover him these days, because it's just like, I feel like his dementia almost makes it seem as though he is like not as evil as he is, because he's like so dumb and stupid that you can't help but laugh, because he's fucking cuckoo, caca, insano, like gone to mush. Even he already was smooth brained as fuck, and now it's like putting in there Jello mushed up like yogurt or something. Like, it's gross. He is so demented. It is so bad. It is so bad. President Donald Trump has leapt to Pam Bondi's defense amid MAGA calls for the embattled Attorney General to resign following her astonishing meltdown during a congressional hearing on the Epstein files. In a 242 word tirade. Jesus fuck. Somebody take Papa's phone away. Like, I don't understand. After a certain hour, just take it away. He should be asleep anyways. I know sometimes with dementia patients, they get restless. They have a hard time sleeping maybe in the middle of the night, but you have to put him to sleep. Because not only that, the motherfucker is falling asleep, standing up in the middle of fucking hearings. The motherfucker can barely ever stand anymore for longer than a couple minutes. It's crazy. In a 242-word tirade on Truth Social, the president declared Bondi's bombastic performance on Wednesday as fantastic. Jesus Christ, he is deranged. Under what he said was an intense fire from the Trump deranged radical left lunatic. Not a single person in that hearing was a radical leftist. First of all, none of them. There was barely even any leftists in there. Most of those people were fucking liberal as fuck, except for like Jai Paul. Like, bruh, what the fuck? I'm so tired of this. Like, America doesn't even know what leftists are most of the time. You don't even know the difference between liberals and leftists half the time. It's annoying. You guys are annoying. Sorry. Nobody cared about Epstein when he was alive. They only cared about him when they thought he could create political harm to a very popular president. Girl, you ran on releasing the files. You ran on it. You used it as a political gain. Like, what are you talking about? A very popular president who has brought our country back from the brink of extinction. I wish you would go extinct, motherfucker. And very quickly at that. Motherfucker, added Trump, who is referred to in the files more than 1 million times. Exactly. In fact, this attempt by Democrats to take away attention from tremendous Republican success is backfiring badly. For who? Bitch, who are you talking? What? No, honey. Even Republicans and like the MAGA base is coming out and saying, no, this is really bad. This has been a big issue. One of the big core issues that people are like splitting off from the MAGA base with. Like, what are you talking about? The QAnon shaman broke up with you over this. What are you talking about? The comments came after Trump's handpicked chief lawmaker was hauled before the House Judiciary Committee to examine her department's botched handling of the files, which included identifying Epstein's victims while keeping the names of co-conspirators hidden. And those are the victims there. However, instead of answering questions directly, Bondi spent much of the hearing yelling incredulously at lawmakers, sulking in her seat with her arms folded, or sucking up to the president as Epstein's stunned victims washed in the public gallery. Bondi's performance was immediately pilloried from both sides of politics, with a number of conservatives even calling for her to stand down, which, please. When the Attorney General of the United States is asked why she has prosecuted no one related to Jeffrey Epstein, and this is her answer, she should be fired or resign, said Eric Erickson. We talked about that already. Tim Pool, Jesus, they re-report things a lot, hey. And Republican Thomas Massie, whose efforts forced the administration to release the files, told reporters she didn't answer anything. She came here ready to talk about the Dow Jones and the NASDAQ, which seems kind of crazy to me. It is. It's batshit insane. But Trump, however, hit back at Massie in his post, claiming that he made a total fool of himself, fighting aimlessly against a hopeless agenda of hate and stupidity. He's fighting for, mind you, Thomas Massie is fighting for pedophiles who raped children to be exposed. That's hateful and stupid. Okay. AG Pam Bondi, under intense fire from the Trump deranged radical left lunatics, was fantastic at yesterday's hearing on the never-ending saga of Jeffrey Epstein, where the one... Probably because you won't release files. If you release files, it would have been over. Where the... Like, what the fuck? Where the one thing that... And also, in my opinion, you probably had him killed the first time. So, like, he probably would have named names if you didn't have him killed. Would have been over a long time ago. Bitch ass, but you want it to be covered up. Where the one thing that has been proven conclusively, much to their chagrin, was that President Donald J. Trump has been, oh my God, Donald J. Trump has been, no, you have not. It literally accused you. There's new claims, a ton of new claims. Wait, what are you fucking talking about? There's a claim of a girl that says alleged you raped her, and then she ended up with her head blown off. And the cops said this does not look like a suicide, and the coroner ruled it a suicide anyways. And that's one claim. There's sworn in testimony from Katie Johnston. There's video of that testimony. Like, there's a ton of allegations about you. There's emails from Jeffrey Epstein saying in 2011 that you were at his house with a victim. Like, no. And not only that, there is further proof that we're seeing now that there is compromising material on you that has been sent to the Russians, most likely, and you are here exonerating of the ridiculous Russia type charges. Motherfucker, do not bring that up right now. Like, like that's the one thing that mainstream media is actually touching with Jeffrey Epstein's intelligence connections. Fuck. Actually, it is the slimeball Democrat. Have you seen a mirror? Have you seen a mirror? Have you seen a mirror lately? You look like Mojo from Mojo's World. Like, I'll put it in. You probably don't know what I'm talking about. I'll put in a picture. Actually, it is the slimeball Democrats, many of them big donors and politicians that have been proven guilty. No, it's both. Both, actually. And for all this talk about Bill Clinton, I haven't seen him. He was pictured a lot with Epstein, and I'm sure they hung out, but like, I haven't seen a lot of allegations against him. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm more than open to it. I say lock the motherfucker up. He knew about it anyways, and he probably covered investigate him. Like I'm not against that at all. Lock Larry Summers up. Don't care. All these fucking people that like Reid Hoffman, like whatever these people are who had Hakeem Jeffries was asking for like donations and shit and went to a dinner. I don't give a fuck. Investigate all of them. Investigate everybody. It's like I feel like everybody on like with their heads screwed on tight are like or heads screwed on right are like sitting here saying release the names, investigate everybody. Why hasn't anybody been charged? And everybody in MAGA is like, well, you don't want, what about the Democrats? And it's like, yeah, arrest them. Arrest them all. Arrest them all. I'm against the rape of children. Full stop. I don't care how you vote. I don't care if you think gay people are cool or not, if you are raping children. That's actually a red line for me. Like, there's a moral line in the sand that I will not cross, and that is one of them. That should be pretty simple for you to understand. Arrest them all. Investigate them all. I don't give a fuck. Investigate Bill Clinton. They're being subpoenaed. Like, what do you want? Like, investigate them. Sure. And the same people that are yelling about the Democrats are the same people, like, oh, you could tell Donald Trump has told blatantly in tweets that he accidentally posted that he wants the DOJ to charge this person or charge this person. Charge them. Investigate them. Subpoena them. I don't care. Like, nobody gives a fuck about Bill Clinton. Like, the motherfucker got impeached for having a blowjob, which was an abuse of power, and he should have been impeached. One of the biggest abuses of power that you probably have. You're the most powerful man on the earth, and there's this 20-year-old fucking staffer that works for you, and you're gonna, like, that's gross. And you should have been, like, it's part of the reason that I'm, like, I don't give a fuck. Investigate them. And even if I did like Bill Clinton, I would still say, investigate the motherfucker. Me, like Bill Clinton, the motherfucker who came up with don't ask, don't tell. No, like, arrest the guy. Arrest them. Arrest them all. Fuck them all. Arrest Hillary. If not for this, for what she did to Libya. The fuck? The hearing took place weeks after the Justice Department released more than 3.5 million heavily redacted new files relating to Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking networks. Heavily redacted files, and only 3.5 million. We know there's another like 3 million that they are admitting to having. Like, and I believe they have a lot more. If they didn't destroy it, like, I don't know. And a lot of the things that were redacted by the DOJ were also redacted by the FBI. So when these Congress members that we were talking about went in to see some of the unredacted files, under the DOJ redactions are redactions by the FBI. So they can't even see it. Like, they were double redacted. It's like the FBI didn't even provide the DOJ with unredacted information, like the fully unredacted information. Like, it's what? But this was only about half of the 6 million documents the department reviewed, prompting the renewed fears of a cover-up. Trump, who has consistently claimed the files were a hoax and was initially featured about 5,300 times in the heavily redacted trove. Initially, but after lawmakers were allowed to view an unredacted versions of the documents this week, the president's name appeared more than 1 million times. 1 million times! Suggesting there is much more the public does not know. Oh my god, these groups of dumb fucks. Who are these people? They're like lives of TikTok. Who is that motherfucker? I don't know. A bunch of dumb fucks. A bunch of losers. Anyways. Loser! 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 I mean, there's tons of redacted stuff. Raskin told Axios in an interview. And Trump's name, I think I put his name, and it appears more than 1 million times. So it's all over the place. And Pamela Bondi has the nerve to sit there under oath in a congressional hearing and like the nerve, the gall, the audacity to sit there and act as though there's no evidence against Donald Trump. He's mentioned over 1 million times in the unredacted. What? This, like, you people, you better do a fucking Nuremberg trial and Nuremberg these motherfuckers to fucking hell. Like, what the heck? What the actual fuck? Okay. But also, no. What? Bondi, meanwhile, has come under fire from Mega World ever since she claimed in February last year that the Epstein files were sitting on my desk, only to send out a memo in July declaring that no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted, and we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So, what now? Like, what now? Everything that you have released that's still heavily redacted. We've gotten 3.5 million files. They're heavily redacted. And the redactions are in favor of the co-conspirators, the predators, the people who are actually victimizing people. Like, and we're already seeing so much evidence of crimes, talking about crimes, conspiring about crimes, allegations of crimes. Like, what are we, wait. I thought you said there was no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted, and we did not uncover evidence that would predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. No. You need to invest every single person in those files that was like, what are we doing? Why can nobody investigate this case? I understand they're elite and whatever, and what they have a lot of money, but like, can somebody do their job here? Can somebody get these victims a tiny bit of justice? I mean, like, they had justice almost given to them and ripped out from under them when Jeffrey Epstein was killed in prison by one of these motherfucking elite motherfuckers. Like, ugh. Pam Bondi, you're going to hell. Fuck this. Like, you're going to hell. He also enraged right-wing influencers after inviting them to a White House photo op where they received binders of documents containing information that was essentially already in the public domain. Yeah, I'd be so embarrassed if I was there. I mean, you should be embarrassed anyways. But like, also, damn, you really like, you played them for a fool. That's crazy. Anyways. But her antics this week have put her under renewed scrutiny from both sides of the aisle, as well as survivors who have long been demanding accountability for Epstein's crimes. I'd say, like, Jesus Christ. He's just a fucking, oh my God. He's the worst. They're all the worst. Donald Trump is the worst. Pam Bondi's the worst. Howard Nutlick is the worst. Stephen Miller is a terrible fucking person. He's the worst. Elon Musk is the worst. Oh my God. Speaking of that motherfucker, who looks like his motherfucking body is full of jello or something. I don't know. He looks fucking weird, inhuman, not correct, weirdo. That motherfucker has the nerve to be talking about fucking arresting all the Epstein files, all the perpetrators, conspirators, and everything in the files. He's been talking, like, tweeting nonstop, of course, because he's a fucking Twitter addict. It's insane. I think his true addiction is Twitter. And ketamine only comes second to that. And then third is breeding. Not sex, breeding. Weird. Anyways. But like, he has the nerve to be calling out people in the Epstein files, talking about like, all going to be arrested. Like, he has not stopped talking about it. And he's also in the files. Like, motherfucker, you were begging to go to the fucking island, and you got fucking dodged by fucking Epstein. You got dodged by Epstein, bitch. Like, what? You disgusting little weirdo. Like, get a life, first of all. Maybe go take care of your children or pay attention to the 75 fucking people that you've gotten pregnant this year. Like, can we actually... What are you doing? Why are you constantly on... Or you're failing companies. You just had to merge your companies because they're failing. Like, can you please get some sense in your head? Your rockets blowing up all over the place. Your self-driving cars killing people. Your children walking the earth with no father. Like, you are worthless. And you're out here asking fucking people about to go to their pedophile island. Jesus Christ. Deport him. Anyways. Oh my God. That's all I have got for tonight. Pam Bondi needs to... Well, I feel like... Yeah, Pam Bondi needs to resign. But all of them need to resign. They all need to go. Regime change. Like, they all need to go. Stephen Miller is a Nazi. Pamela Bondi is covering up for the Epstein files, the pedophile cabal of elite people running the world, I guess. Like, I guess the conspiracies are true. Like, it's insane. Also, like, Kristi Noem is responsible for ICE. Marco Rubio is responsible for what happened in Venezuela, what's going on with Cuba. Like, all of these people need to go. Nobody is good. Nobody is good. Nobody's good. They all need to go. They all need to resign. Every week it's like, there's calls for this person to resign, calls for this person to resign, and they don't. They have no shame. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, okay. Okay. Cool. Right. Alright, everybody, keep your eyes open. This is fucking stupid. Like, my God. I just want this to be, like, I just want them to release the files, unredacted, and just get this over with. I'm so tired of the slow drip torture that this is. It's so annoying. Like, and then the fact that they act sanctimonious afterwards when they get caught like covering shit up, it's so fucking enraging. Like, especially because we're talking about young girls being raped. Like, that's what we're talking about. And I feel like there's such a fight that sometimes in a debate that gets lost. And it's insane. Hey, so a new Wall Street Journal article has come out about one puppy killer, Kristi Noem, and you know what? Justice for the goat. I bring up the goat. She not only did she kill her kid's puppy, but she also killed her family goat. She shot her goat. And justice for the goat, because I always forget him. Anyways, puppy and goat killer Kristi Noem has a new there's a new article out about her and her slam piece, Corey Lewandowski. So I want to go through it because it looked a little juicy, and the title of it is "A Pilot Fired Over Kristi Noem's Missing Blanket and the Constant Chaos Inside DHS." Wait. What? Hold up. Wait a minute. A pilot fired over Kristi Noem's missing blanket? Her blankie was missing? Oh my God. Daddy had to go get mad at the guy because he forgot your blankie? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? This person is so severely unserious. The only thing she's serious about is like murdering animals. Who does? Sociopaths? That's who does that. That's the byline. Secretary with close advisor Corey Lewandowski, her slam piece, faces fire for confrontational immigration crackdown and self-promotional style. I would say she spent like $200 million on ads, on an ad campaign. And part of that was like funneled into like her second in command's business that she's running. And like it was very shady. White House to wind down Minnesota operations, which is an amazing announcement. I would love to see it before we celebrate, but like, because it literally feels like Benjamin Netanyahu said that he would do a ceasefire too, 84 different times, and he's broken it over 1,500. So like, we're getting reports of new thermal bombs being used in Gaza that are like killing. They reach like 6,000 degrees, which is like, I'm pretty sure a cremation requires like 3,000 to 4,000. Like, these people are being evaporated, and it killed like 3,000 people all at once. It was the death toll has been unimaginable since the ceasefire, the peace deal. Like, it's insane. Kristi Noem knew she needed a reset. A reset? Girl. It was 2 days after federal agents had shot and killed Alex Preddy, and Noem was facing fire from all sides. She did not do well at putting any of them out. Like, she just hid. Reset? Do you mean a reset so she hid and hid? Even some inside the administration were pushing President Trump to remove her from her position for her handling of the chaotic immigration enforcement operation in Minneapolis, and comments she'd made saying Preddy committed an act of domestic terrorism. So did so many other people. Like, this administration, like this regime, has used these women in specific positions to gender wash and like signal to the base that, oh, we're not misogynistic. Our attorney general is a woman. Pam Bondi's a woman. And then they go and make her cover up for all these horrendous, heinous crimes against young women and girls. Like, and also, and then you have and then you also have Kristi Noem in this position, and they're like, oh, we're not all that, we're not misogynistic, and we're not terrible. Like, look, it's a woman, because a woman signals to people a level of softness, submissiveness, technically, in this patriarchal society, and like, we're trained to see women as more empathetic, that type of thing. So they're using this gender washing, and in the midst of that, Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi are the two people that are talked about the most when there are calls for resignation. And Stephen Miller has said 10 times worse shit than I've ever seen come out of fucking Kristi Noem's mouth. That motherfucker on fucking the news all the time talking about like he is straight out of the Third Reich. Like, it makes no fucking sense. He has said some insane shit. J.D. Vance says insane shit. Donald Trump called for the sitting lawmakers to be hanged, punishable by death. Like, what are we doing? Marco Rubio, that insane fucking invasion of Venezuela. But they're all down with that. It's crazy. But there are so many people in this administration that are just, even in the midst of their gender washing, they're still misogynistic. It's crazy. Anyways, not that I don't think that she shouldn't step down, obviously. Like, but it's kind of like, I guess we have to go one by one. Gotta start somewhere. So Noem's top advisor, Corey Lewandowski, messaged Trump's pollster with a request. They needed to cut an ad to help her. According to two people familiar with this episode, the pollster Tony Fabricio, who worked on Trump's 2024 re-election campaign, ignored the entreaty, the people said. Throughout her tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, a sprawling agency charged with carrying out Trump's central campaign promise of mass deportations. Insane. Noem has attempted to burnish her personal stardom at every turn with Lewandowski, Trump's former campaign manager, at her side. I wonder why. She has staged a headline-grabbing immigration crackdown while sidelining rivals and dissenters. Yeah, she's definitely done a job. She's carried out confrontational operations over the objections of longtime immigration officials who warned such flashy displays would discredit the department's ultimate mission, according to 24 current and former administration officials. 24? Instead, she's made the case that her approach would lead to more arrests, as well as induce more people to leave on their own. Indiscriminately, like rounding up brown people off the streets, yeah, that will lead to more arrests. Cast a wide net with no fucking, like, yeah, that's gonna lead to more arrests. The fuck? He has donned flak jackets on ice raids, posed toting a large gun, and recorded messaging urging immigrants to self-deport. In one, she stood before a group of imprisoned men with this is so insane. Imprisoned men with shaved heads packed into tight rows in a notorious El Salvadorian prison. And she has done it all with an eye to her style, with TV-ready hair and makeup. I mean, the Wall Street Journal is a right-wing outlet. Are you acting as though it looks good? Her eye to her style? What are we doing? What, TV-ready hair? Just because you put some weave in doesn't mean that it looks good. Like, never mind. Also, this is so insane. If you're wondering why they all have shaved heads, it's a tactic that's used to dehumanize prisoners, and it's something that harkens back to the Holocaust, which is where a lot of these authoritarian leaders learned this tactic, because it was one of the first things they did to prisoners and victims of the Holocaust when they were entering into concentration camps, the death camps. So that is where most authoritarians get that. Or like, I've also seen a lot of abusive boyfriends have done this to their girlfriends, or abusive parents do it to their children. It's a dehumanization tactic, because there's a lot of our personality and our sense of self wrapped up in our hair. And you might think that's very superficial, but it's not. It's not. And not only that, it makes you look exactly the same as everybody else. It makes you feel like you're not special. There's nothing to you that, like, make you different. Like, you're just cattle ready for the slaughter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the goal. Like, that's the idea that they're trying to put into you. It's a dehumanization tactic. It is completely barbaric. And you might not think, like, oh, it's just hair, but the intent is what matters here. It is not the action, it is the intent that matters. Within DHS, Noem and Lewandowski frequently berate senior level staff, give polygraph tests to employees. She's doing them too. They're like, it's like, this is so culty. It's like, it reminds me of like in Scientology being like audited and getting knowledge reports done on you. Like, it's so culty. Polygraph tests to employees they don't trust. And have fired employees. In one incident, Lewandowski fired a U.S. Coast Guard pilot after Noem's blanket, her blankie, was left behind in the plane. Oh my God. Girl, just get in a blanket. Like, what? You took away his livelihood because you didn't have a blanket? Jump off the plane. We don't have a parachute either. Sorry. What? Huh? You fired somebody because they left your blankie behind? Oh, muffin. Jesus fuck. Simmering criticism over the past year for Noem's policies and publicity moves exploded in Minneapolis, jeopardizing her grip over DHS and putting her standing with Trump on thin ice. So they say. I mean, like, I'll believe it again. I'll believe it when I fucking see it. Like, everybody's been on thin ice at one point or another. They've all done a crazy amount of crimes. It's insane. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Though some in Trump's inner circle have tried to persuade the president to fire Noem and Lewandowski, probably Stephen Miller, because he he wants to control ICE completely because he's such a Nazi. According to administration officials, he has so far resisted, saying publicly he has no plans to dismiss her. Why? Lawmakers from both parties have been critical, and Democrats in Congress are demanding changes to the department's enforcement methods, threatening to withhold DHS funding. I believe a shutdown is coming, like looming. Eventually, the president put White House border czar Tom Homan in charge in Minnesota. Homan has long advocated a less conspicuous approach to immigration enforcement, and on Thursday, he said he would be winding down the immigration operation. Again, I'll believe it when I see it. Like, get them out. It's not that hard to just, like, leave. Now Noem and Lewandowski have embarked on a rehabilitation tour? What does that mean? The fuck? The pair works to hastily solidify their relationship with the president, successfully requesting an Oval Office meeting with Trump 2 days after the Petty shooting. We're gonna say, like, go suck up to him because you killed somebody? Like, what? Noem's team quickly scheduled a series of press conferences on other matters. Where? I don't remember. I mean, it's been a crazy month. Okay. Anyways, not the point. Noem's team, including an event highlighting airport security in Miami and an announcement about the border wall in Arizona. Girl, I don't give a fuck. Days after Petty's shooting, the pair were spotted. Of course they were. They were spotted sitting together at the Mar-a-Lago wedding of Dan Scavino. Well, of course, they were dates. RSVP plus ones. A longtime political advisor to Trump and the president also attended the wedding. Noem and Lewandowski mingled with top administration officials at the reception. A DHS spokeswoman said Noem serves at the pleasure of the president and has successfully clamped down on inefficiencies to save billions of dollars. Save billions of dollars while increasing your budget by over $100 billion? How does that work? No. Absolutely not. And also, all the fucking man hours that you've had to use for fucking ICE to do these ridiculous fucking crackdowns, and all the people that you indiscriminately rounded up who are actually citizens who just got released anyways, but had to go through the fucking system, like, that costs a lot of money, Kristi. The fuck? Calling her efforts a roaring success. Oh my god. Mind you, she's also spending $200 million on private jets for some reason. Doesn't need them. Fucking $200 million on an ad campaign so she can be on TV, on commercials. Like, she's so stupid. She said all officials are on the same page and in agreement on the president's immigration crackdown. She also said Lewandowski's January 26th text to Fabrizio was about messaging. Like, okay. Noem and Lewandowski's close relationship had already made Trump and his top advisors uncomfortable. Lewandowski had initially wanted to formally serve as Noem's chief of staff, but Trump rejected the idea due to reports of a romantic relationship between the two, which he has continued to bring up, officials say, because he's a messy queen. He's a messy old queen. After photos in the Daily Mail show Lewandowski going back and forth between his apartment and Noem's across the street last year, the secretary moved into a government-owned waterfront house on the military base in Washington. All these motherfuckers, they know what they're doing is so fucking evil, demonic, egregious that they have to go hide on military bases. A ton of them have moved into military bases. Rubio, Miller, Noem. There's a few more, I think. It's insane. It's like they're preparing. Military base in Washington that is provided to the leader of the U.S. Coast Guard. The Coast Guard falls under Noem's purview at DHS during peacetime. Okay. Lewandowski also... Okay. Mind you, both these people have a spouse and children. Currently. Like, they're both currently married to other people. Lewandowski also spends time at the house. The DHS spokeswoman said Noem moved to the house for increased security and pays rent. Oh my. Lewandowski and Noem, who are both married, have publicly denied... Yes, they are. Both have children too. Have publicly denied the reports of an affair, but people said they do little to hide the relationship inside the department. Girl, people are going to talk. The DHS spokeswoman said the department does not waste time with salacious, baseless gossip. I mean, girl, if 3 people are telling me something, it's no longer a secret. Like, it's a group knows about it. We all know. Like, that's not baseless. The pair have lately been using a luxury 737 MAX jet with a private cabin in the back for their travel around the country. Why does the head of DHS need a private jet? You actually don't. Why can't you just, like, what? According to people familiar with the matter, DHS is leasing the plane, but it is in the process of acquiring it for approximately $70 million. $70 million. So this bitch can ride around in a fucking private jet. Her tax dollars going to that. DHS had previously used other planes through the Coast Guard or other agencies for the secretary's use. But no, she has to get her own private jet. The fuck? The purchase would be double the cost of each of 7 other commercial planes the department is also buying at the pair's direction to carry out deportations. Double the cost. Tax dollars at hard work, people. In official documents, the luxury plane is earmarked for high-profile What? Who are we deporting? Salma Hayek? Like, what are you talking about? High-profile deportations? What does that mean? Elon Musk? You're gonna deport him? Please do. And why does he deserve a fucking private jet? What the fuck? The people said, what? Staff have jokingly started referring it to as the secretary's big beautiful jet after the bill that provided the funding for it. That's funny. The DHS spokeswoman said the plane was used for both deportations and cabinet level travel. But it's just used for you. It's your personal private jet. Like, stop lying. She said it was cheaper than military. No, it's not for deportation. No, it's not. It just simply is not. And saved American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. No, you bought a new plane that was double the price of all the other planes that you were buying for these new deportations, just so you can, like, fly the Gestapo in and out of blue states. The department rarely uses military flights for deportations. Jesus Christ, because they are instead using chartered planes. And even then, like, private jets are not, like, what would be, like, you're so stupid. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president continues to have full confidence in Noem. Why? President Trump and Secretary Noem have ensured the most secure border in the nation's history. Cool. Cool. Mind you, nobody can afford groceries. People can't afford their rent. Like, There's an affordability crisis. You still have not released the Epstein files. There's no justice been, like, you ran on being the peace president. You bombed like 7 countries, kidnapped a world leader, ramping up to fucking bomb Iran again. We have a safe border. You know what that means? Nobody wants to come in. That should be like, oh wait, nobody wants to come here anymore. That's how bad it is. And our homeland is a homeland, bitch. Okay. Is undoubtedly safer today than it was when the president took office last year. Oh. For who? Like, for who? Because people are getting shot in the street by ICE. Like, now they're shooting white people in the face. Like, this country has always had this, like, the American policing system has always had a violent nature towards those in the black community. And now it's like, it's everybody. Everybody's up for the fucking chop. So who the fuck is safer? Like, who? The Proud Boys? Yeah, because they're in ICE, killing people. On Friday, the day after this article was published, Trump said he still has confidence in Noem in response to a reporter's question. Yeah, I do, he said. We have safe borders, we have low crime numbers. The answer is yeah. Okay. The way the economy is going, the crime numbers are going to shoot the fuck up because people are going to need to be committing crime to survive. Crime of necessity is one of the biggest things that happens when the economy goes to fucking shit. Behind the scenes, Noem and Lewandowski have attempted to curry favor with Trump and box out rivals, including Homan. Like, girl, I mean, like, can't you just focus on doing your job well? For months, Noem and Lewandowski had demanded that ICE capture its arrests on video for social media. I'm gonna kill myself. The more dramatic, oh my god, these people are like Nazis. Like, not even, they enjoy the cruelty. That's the craziest part, is that they like to watch the cruelty. They enjoy it. They get entertainment from people being brutalized while telling you that the country is now safer. What? Like, what? Okay. But more than a week after Petty's shooting, Noem and Lewandowski berated Todd Lyons, the acting ICE director, for videos that emerged in Minnesota showing federal offers. This is insane. Like, if I worked for them, if you worked for DHS for like a while, like years or over a decade, and all of a sudden these two motherfuckers come in, you're like, what the fuck? And you unwillingly kind of have to like just sign on for their bullshit, and then they come and get mad at you for having signed on to their bullshit. Like, you told them to do that, bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? Videos that emerged in Minnesota showing federal officers continuing to tangle with protesters, according to people familiar with the conversation. Bitch, you asked for it. You were posting it all over every single fucking social media account that you fucking could. Like, what are you talking about? The president hated the continued stream of videos, they told Lyons. Well, the TV addicts didn't like to see everything that was going on. Like, yeah, he doesn't like bad publicity. Maybe if you weren't doing such terrible shit, there wouldn't be so much videos of it. Like, let's just get them to stop doing such terrible shit, asshole. The fuck? They demanded that he draw up a new plan for ICE to carry out targeted enforcement, an approach Lyons had been advocating all along. This poor guy. According to ICE officials, but the pair had previously issued Okay. Right. Noem, who previously served as governor of South Dakota and had little experience in immigration policy before becoming secretary, no experience, none, got the job in part because of a quiet lobbying effort by Lewandowski. Oh my god. You had to like beg for your bitch to get a job? Like, this is why we're fucking stuck with her? Lewandowski, who began advising her in 2019 and helped build her national profile. You let her put that part about the dog and the goat? Cricket? Her little dog, Cricket. You let her put that in her book. Honey. Lewandowski took Noem to functions with Republican kingmakers, introducing her as a rising star in the party. He suggested her to others as Trump's vice president. Vice president? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He is pussy whipped. Holy shit. Wow. What's like the opposite of dickmatized? He's like pussymatized. Poochmatized. She is not that special, Corey. She's also rather dumb. And a sociopath. Like, did she put a spell on you? The fuck? Like, I suggested her to others as Trump's vice president in 2024. You're on crack. Like, that's an insane statement. Kristi Noem. Puppy killer? Kristi Noem. Ice Barbie. Dipshit Kristi Noem. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You are really... Wow. After failing at that, Lewandowski pushed for her to get the DHS post, a role viewed as a central to Trump's agenda and one he believed he could be a launch pad for a Huh? Wow. Oh, wow. What kind of spell did she put on you, girl? What kind of spell? What kind of love delusion spell did she place on you? Is she a witch? Did she cast a spell with her coochie on you? Like, what are we doing? Did you eat something like red? Never mind. Not a good question. No, nothing. Like, what are we doing? Did she perform a domination spell on you? 2028 presidential bid? Kristi Noem? You thought she could run for president? You think? The most uncharismatic woman on the earth. What are you talking about? Also, creepy ass looking face. Most hated woman. One of the most hated women in America right now. I think people are more mad at her than they are like Casey Anthony at the moment. I am more angry at Yolanda, you funky pussy bitch. Fuck that Yolanda Salazar ass bitch. Fuck her. Anyways, not the point. But people are more mad at you than most people right now. The fuck? You think you... Girl, even the immigration fucking shit is not even liked among Republicans. They think they've gone way too far. You're insane. And you think getting on TV doing commercials is gonna make people like you? You look like a dipshit. Why are you cosplaying all the time? You seem like an unserious moron, which you are. And you have this man so fucking... Oh my... pussy whipped to the point that he thinks that you can be running for president of the United States of America. Not like the Dog Killing Association of America. I don't know what to say to that. Are you on crack? I have to move on because that's crazy. That's dumb. You should. Anyways, what? Lewandowski took Noem to functions with Republic. What? Like, officials at DHS said that they. What? Officials at DHS said they believe the pair see DHS as a stepping stone to an even bigger perch. What? What? They smoke crack. It must be good. It must be good. Like, it must be good. I'm Canadian. I'm no stranger to politicians having smoked crack before. Look up Rob Ford. As Trump's first campaign manager in the 2016 election, Lewandowski has had a long-term relationship with the president, who values his loyalty and considers him a friend. What a terrible title that. Like, ugh. The White House officials have been frustrated with Noem and Lewandowski's leadership. They know his closeness with the president makes it hard for them to make changes at DHS, officials said. Who is them? Stephen Miller? That's him? Oh my God. No comment. After he was denied the job of Noem's chief of staff, Lewandowski settled on a role as a special government employee. The fuck does that mean? A designation under federal ethics laws that allow private sector employees to take advisory roles in government without relinquishing their outside without relinquishing their outside salaries and investments, but caps government service at 130 days in a year and is generally used for experts working on a specific project. Lewandowski has taken on a much more expansive role than the status typically allows, directing personnel and contracting and handling classified information. What the fuck? Like, why are we... What is this, a clown show? Like, who is running this place? P.T. Barnum? What are we going... Like... In emails and on other paperwork, he uses the title of chief advisor to the secretary. So he basically just found a way around. He found a loophole to just do the exact role that he wanted to do beforehand. Shouldn't somebody have been like, no, you can't do that? Lewandowski's outsized role at the department drew enough concern from administration officials. The White House counsel's office opened an inquiry into Lewandowski's potential abuse of the special government employee role last year. Well, everybody's been abusing the special government employee role. That's what Lindsay Halligan was in. That's what fucking like Alina Hobbin was in. Pam Bondi's been doing it. Fucking Kristi Noem. Like, all these people are fucking like, the fuck is this? Officials reported a much lower number of days that Lewandowski had worked to the council. Lewandowski was avoiding swiping into the building. He was avoiding swiping into the building to stay under his service. Fraud. Lock him up. Call Nick Shirley. According to the department officials. No action was ultimately taken. Of course not. No action was ultimately taken, and Lewandowski's SGE status was renewed for this year, according to the administration officials. So not only did he break the rules, but you rewarded him with okay. Noem Lewandowski's management of DHS resources in particular has caused concern inside and outside the administration. Noem has put all department spending over $100,000 under an approval process that has held up contracts across DHS, which is what happened with the fucking FEMA shit, because FEMA is under the banner of DHS, and that's why it took like multiple days for FEMA aid to be sent to the Texas flood victims, when like children were just swept away in a deadly flood. which is flush with recently appropriated billions from the president's major legislative package last year, the One Big Beautiful Bill. Big bullshit bill. The approval process has given Noem and Lewandowski an opportunity to play a bigger role in the department's spending decisions. Why? Than is typical for a secretary. Given Lewandowski's continuing business interest in the private sector, his role in awarding contracts has raised alarm bells inside the White House and DHS. Of course it has, because every single fucking person in this administration is corrupt as fuck. Several officials inside the department said contracts and grants are being awarded in an opaque and arbitrary manner, and some are being held up without explanation. It's whatever benefits him is going to get approved the quickest. That's not arbitrary. There is a method, you know. It's just you're not benefiting them. Lewandowski has urged officials to move away from continuing long-term contracts with companies towards new ones. Bitch, fuck you. Probably like this is so corrupt. Some said allies of Noem and Lewandowski also instructed high-level staff to meet with particular companies for services that other contractors have previously carried out. I wonder why. Lewandowski is in full compliance with the Office of Government Ethics forms, and Noem's contract approval process has helped root out waste, fraud, and abuse. The DHS spokeswoman said. Is that Trisha McLaughlin? Like, she lies through her fucking teeth. I'm surprised they even fucking popped out on the way out. Like, it's fucking crazy. In Georgia, top officials in the Republican government, Brian Kemp's office. Fuck Brian Kemp. I hate him. Have you seen his promotional thing for promotional ad campaign for governor? It was so stupid. It was corny as fuck. Of course, he had it out of his assault rifle. That's what you need to campaign for governor. Governor Brian Kemp's office had to call top DHS aides to get money approved for disaster aid, according to a person familiar with the matter, who said White House officials and others in the administration said they did not know why money was being held up. Because the motherfucker, like, she put herself as like supreme queen in charge. Like, what, every single fucking decision over $100,000 has to be approved by one singular person who is not that concerned about answering people that quickly, clearly. Like, you might think $100,000 is a lot of money, but in these types of situations, in emergency aid situations, it's not. It just simply is not. So, almost all the requests in emergencies are going to be somewhere around that zone or more. And, like, if you had any knowledge of, like, the administration, like, the organizations that you are running and are in charge of, then you would know that you should not be fucking putting these rules in place. But you still have yet to lift. Like, it's insane. People were still fucking missing in the floods. You took multiple days to respond. That should have been like, oh, we need to get rid of her yesterday. That was months ago. Months and months and months and months ago. The fuck? Florida officials have also struggled to secure money for months for their work building Alligator Alcatraz, a tent camp built on a swamp, a concentration camp built in the middle of a swamp in the middle of the summer in the Florida Everglades, where people were literally hoping that detainees, prisoners, would try to escape so that they would get eaten by alligators. That's what it's called, Alligator Alcatraz, Alligator Auschwitz. In the Florida Everglades, where ICE has been detaining several thousand immigrants, lobbyists and officials said. Lawmakers from both parties have complained repeatedly about Noem not returning calls, White House officials said. Because, like, she doesn't give a fuck. She's more concerned with, like, cosplaying, being on TV, doing her ad campaigns, like, just looking like a dipshit all the fucking time. Fucking her slam piece, Corey Lewandowski. The DHS spokesman said Noem had not missed any calls from the governors of Georgia or Florida. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. It's how much longer are they just gonna continue to like pretend that we're stupid and lie blatantly to our faces and act as though we're gonna go along with it? Like, are you high? Rodney Scott, the commissioner of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, has told administration officials that Noem and Lewandowski have mismanaged the construction of the border wall, another of Trump's top immigration priorities. Still, damn, according to people familiar with the matter, the project received a $46.5 billion infusion from Congress in 2025 that must be spent by 2029. $46 billion. And you have 800,000 people who are going to go to sleep without a roof over their head tonight. On the street. Families can afford their groceries. But a $46.5 billion infusion to go build a wall to keep immigrants out of the country that you're hunting down immigrants in, like, nobody wants to come anyways. Like, what are we doing? $46 billion? Do you know how much that could go to feeding people? You could, what? Oh my God. Like, what is this? This is just barbarism, and you're just supposed to accept it. You can't afford anything. It's gone way past just not being able to afford a vacation anymore, which is still bullshit. As a normal person should be able to afford a vacation once a year. That's a normal thing. But like, it's gone past that. Now we can barely afford our groceries, our rent, all these things that are necessary to survive. It's not just a luxury item or luxury vacations or whatever. You are literally just forced to wake up, go to work, come home, eat, go to sleep. Repeat, repeat, repeat. That's all you can do. You can't afford to go anywhere. You can't go eat out with your friends. You can't go get drinks. You can't do much of anything because everything costs money in this fucking stupid fucking late stage capitalistic society. Like, and you just have to accept it. Accept your terrible existence. Holy fuck, this world. One of the contracts for bulk steel sat on Noem's desk for approval for so long that from the time the deal was struck in December until it was signed on the 10th of February, the price of steel went up more than $100 million. Jesus fucking Christ. Because of your fucking goddamn tariffs, dummy. And also, it's... how hard is it just sign off on it? Dipshit. $100 million. Again, I will go say $100 million is nowhere near as much as $46 billion, but still could go to feeding a lot of hungry people. Go to building some shelters. Go to building like affordable housing. Like, what? Okay. You got people going bankrupt for life-saving medicine. People living on the street, people going hungry, families cutting down on their like how much meat they're buying, having to buy shit and like supplement it with their fucking meals. Like, I don't. But the Dow is at 50. You can't. Some of the people said a senior administration official said Noem blamed Scott for the wall's delay in a conversation with Trump earlier this year. She is such a toddler. If you want to, she has placed the blame on somebody else for her wrongdoings like 3 or 4 times in this article. We're only halfway through. And this motherfucker, Corey Lewandowski, thinks that she's going to be able to run for president. That, anyways, damn. At one point last year, Scott grew so frustrated that he told Lewandowski he wouldn't take any more orders from him since Lewandowski's 130 days had passed, the people familiar said. Well, good for you. Put your foot down. I bet it didn't work. The DJ spokeswoman said such a conversation did not happen, and she said Noem has awarded more than $12 billion in contracts for border wall construction. Have you ever seen those like articles that like the world hunger could be solved with $12 billion? Billions of dollars get spent in the United States every day. Around Christmas, Noem and Lewandowski retaliated against Scott. They reassigned his chief of staff and pressured his deputy to resign, replacing both with officials close to them. Jesus fucking Christ. That's like how people like take control of cults. That's insane. They did not give explanation for the moves. America is so... Your labor laws are so strange. What? You get an explanation. You need to. Huh? Scott told advisors he saw the moves as an effort to make him so uncomfortable that he would leave his post. Crazy. As a Senate-confirmed official, he wasn't able to be fired directly by Noem, according to people familiar with conversations. Okay. I mean, this motherfucker, like, he is in charge of CBP. Most of the worst people that we've seen have been out of CBP, like Bovino and all of his crew. Like, even, I think the person who murdered Renee Good was CBP, or Alex Reddy, one of the two, or maybe both. I'm not even sure. Like, Customs Border Patrol have been some of the worst guys yet that we've seen. So, I don't, like, get rid of all of them. Scott had also tangled with Noem and Lewandowski over their elevation of Greg Bovino, a Border Patrol official who led the combative operations in Minneapolis and Chicago. Yeah. And who, on paper, could have reported to him. Yeah, because he's, yeah. Scott objected to being cut out of the process and warned them Bovino's brash tactics would backfire on the whole department. The entire unit reported directly to Noem. Okay, well, I guess, but like, even then, why did you have this man as like a higher up in your organization to begin with? Like, you still have him and had him beforehand. You were just advocating for him to not be on camera. You know what I mean? Like, he still works for CBP. He went back to work for them. After the Preddy shooting, Bovino was sent back to his posting in El Centro, California, and Scott was one of the officials sent to Minneapolis to help lower the temperature. When he arrived in Minneapolis, Noem called Scott again and reiterated her policy. Nothing had changed, she said. He had no power over day-to-day decision-making at the agency and could do nothing other than be in Minnesota, she told him. According to people from... She called him up. She was like, you have no power here. You have no jurisdiction here. You actually, this isn't your job. You just need to be quiet and sit back and fall in line. You can't do anything than just be there. You're there for no reason. This bitch. Since taking the office, the secretary has also closely monitored how her national profile compared with other administrations' officials. Top of her list was Homan. Oh my God. Trump's border czar, with whom she has been in a battle for power and influence inside the administration. It's just a bunch of sharks, like, selling each other out, selling each other down the water. It's insane. Okay. Noem routinely berated staff if she saw Homan on TV and kept track of both of their appearances to make sure she was on TV more than him. What? 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 That's your priority, you crackhead? Since taking office, the secretary has also closely monitored how her national profile compared with other administrations. She routinely berated staff if she saw Homan on TV and kept track of both of their appearances to make sure she was on TV more than him. On at least one occasion, she asked aides to ensure she drew a bigger crowd at the conference more than Homan, who was speaking on a different day. I'm out. Like, I'm out. Oh my God. Homan rarely speaks to the secretary and has complained repeatedly to the White House officials about her and Lewandowski. I would too. White House officials have grown angry that Noem and Lewandowski have declined to take guidance on events, messaging, and management of the agency. Yeah, because they're doing a terrible fucking job. They're making them look terrible at like they're the worst publicity that this administration has, this regime has. Several senior administration officials described DHS as the biggest headache thus far of the second term. Exactly. Early in the administration, Noem allotted $200 million from the department's budget to air an ad campaign featuring her warning immigrants in the country illegally in English to leave now. I'm sure they'll get the message. Like, $200 million to tell them what they can see on their fucking streets every day. Like, what? It was so stupid. God damn it. The campaign annoyed Trump, who questioned White House staff about where the secretary found the money for the barrage of ads, according to the person familiar with the discussions. Probably from the billions of dollars, the literal, like, over $100 billion fucking increase to funding you gave to ICE and DHS in this big bullshit bill that you love to fucking talk about, you dipshit. Did you ever, can you read? Can you read? Serious question. Can Donald Trump actually read well? I don't think so. We know he can't read well. That's why he goes into tangents so often, because he doesn't know the words. But, well, also dementia, flight of ideas. It's like, anyway, not the topic. What was I talking about? But, like, you funded her agencies with a boatload of fucking money, dipshit. Like, what did you think? And you gave her full power over it. Like, you chose this dipshit. She was already doing an insane amount of ad campaigns before she was on your radar. Like, go look at her governor campaigns from South Dakota. Insane. She was cosplaying as every single profession that there is. Looking like a dipshit, by the way. The ads rankled many inside the administration because they believed the campaign was more focused on her than the administration's message and signaled Noem's own presidential aspiration. That's the part that pissed you off? That's the part that pissed you off? That you felt like she wanted to be... You think people are going to watch that and think, wow, she's so presidential. People watch that and think, wow, what a fucking narcissist. What a vain, shallow, narcissistic piece of shit. Wow. She really loves herself. That's what people think. You think they're going to think that, wow, she's so presidential. Are you smoking crack? Please let me know. Secretary refers to internal meetings at DHS with a sub-agency heads as cabinet meetings, which some staff see as further evidence, according to people familiar with the meetings. This is insane. Somebody tell her that's an insane thing to do. Even, like, that's way more insane than, like, J.D. Vance thinking he could, like, what? Huh. The DHS spokesman said it was correct to call the meetings DHS component cabinet meetings. I mean, not really. And said the ad campaign was coordinated with the White House and has been tremendously successful. At annoying people, the fuck? I've heard stories about how people are, like, being blasted with it at the fucking airport. Stupid. As the operation in Minneapolis grew more tense, Noem began to look for ways to emphasize her leadership of the agencies within DHS that are unrelated to ICE. Noem, a staunch critic of FEMA, she's so stupid, who has advocated for the disaster response agency to be drastically downsized, which is stupid, shocked the agency's staff when she showed up to its Washington headquarters for her first in-person briefing on January 23rd, a year in. The staff said. 1 year. At one point earlier last year, Lewandowski had screamed at Cameron Hamilton, the FEMA administrator at the time, for not supporting Noem's efforts to dismantle the agency more quickly. But he screamed at him for not. This man has all of this training and experience in this agency in emergency management. Why on earth would he want to advocate for dismantling of the organization that he is a part of and has expertise on and is crucially important? Like, they try and act like government is not set up for the people. That's what the government is supposed to come in and help in those situations. That's what the government is for. You are not just supposed to be a police force. Like, you're actually supposed to be helping the people. The police, like, enforcing the law is supposed to come secondary and tertiary to all of these other things that you are doing to help the public, because it is the failure of not doing these things to help the public that leads to the breaking of crimes. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. If we funded education, if we had good childcare systems, if we had good wages for people and supported single parents and actually had good social security programs in which people were helped and billionaires were taxed their proper share, like, then there wouldn't be as much crime as there is right now. And not only to mention, you have the highest incarceration rate in, like, the world. It's insane. It's insane. There's definitely the highest incarceration rate of global superpowers, first world countries, which I don't really think you are. Just look like one from the outside, maybe sometimes. Not anymore, even. Noem walked in and demanded a full throttle response to an approaching winter storm that had threatened to blanket much of the country, which was unusual given her hands-off approach to every other storm, the staff said. And her whole thing with, like, dismantling FEMA, well, obviously she doesn't want to help the people, and, like, they don't believe that the government is there to help the people, which is so fucking insane. They're just there to, like, enforce the laws on the people and, like, make you their serfs. I don't know. Her whole thing is, like, each state should, like, cover it or do the emergency management, but that does not make sense, because one state might not have an emergency for 5 years. So all that money is just going to sit there for no fucking reason, and they're going to allot it to other things after they don't use it for a year or two. And then by the time emergency actually does come, they're not going to have the money or be prepared. And it just makes a lot more sense that one singular federal agency would go around to each emergency versus each fucking state trying to have to, like, scramble and fix it all for themselves. Like, it just makes a lot more sense to have one federal agency. There's a reason these fucking things have been in place for years and years. Like, there's room for improvement, but not just destruction. Like, what are you talking about, you dumb bitch? The fuck? Much of 2025 had been dedicated to shifting responsibility to the states for disasters. That's exactly what I was talking about. As the agency reduced its footprint, but suddenly staff were being instructed to reach out to states and see what they needed. She's trying not to lose her job now. She's like running cover for the fact that like 2 American citizens were murdered on the street because of her agencies. Staff were also told not to use the word ICE in any public messaging about the winter storm because they didn't want any connection to the increasingly unpopular immigration operation in Minnesota, FEMA staff said. What? You can't talk about ICE because, like, you mean like frozen water? Oh, girl. After holding up funding for various disasters in states for a year, Noem quickly approved $2.2 billion in public assistance in late January, with DHS putting out a press release touting how the secretary had unlocked the money. Well, yeah, she's she's only doing this because she's gotten so much bad fucking press. On January 24th, also at the FEMA headquarters, Noem addressed the petty shooting that had taken place that day at a press conference. While trying to keep the focus on the storm and her response management, staff hastily arranged emergency kits and hard hats as props around the lectern ahead of her remarks on the shooting. Of course, gotta have your props. For the photo op, like, what? I wanna... Anyways. The DHS spokeswoman said FEMA was now faster at getting funds and assistance to states, communities, and survivors. Since when? Show me the money. Show me the data. Show me the proof of that. You can't just say shit. And I saw a unicorn last night. Like, no, I didn't. The fuck? He said the agency uses accurate descriptors of weather conditions to communicate clear. Even running cover for that fucking, like, oh my god. They're just deny everything. Deny absolutely everything. And say the exact opposite of what's going on. In a cabinet meeting at the White House after the petty shooting, the president avoided mention of the operation in Minneapolis. Trump, who usually hears from all of his cabinet members in a long, freewheeling meeting, bypassed Noem as he called on others to speak. Noem watched in silence. Good. Those cabinet meetings are just a circle jerk anyways. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. In recent days, Noem has made appeals to Republicans to write op-eds backing her. Really? According to people familiar with the matter. You're getting your friends to go leave you good reviews on Yelp? Like, what? In one such op-ed titled America Needs Kristi Noem. Neanderthal level intelligence. Whoever wrote that. Newsweek, January 10th. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry. Anyways. An ally of Noem's who attended her swearing-in ceremony praised the secretary's role in helping states prepare for the recent winter storm. You are a dumb bitch, so just shut up, Landry. The DHS spokeswoman said Noem didn't ask for her supporters to write op-eds. Oh my god. It's just getting tired. Like, it's so tired. Within DHS, Noem and Lewandowski have cut employees or put them on administrative leave. The pair have fired or demoted roughly 80% of the career ICE field leadership that was in place when they started. Gee, I wonder why. The people who actually had a sense of the rules, like, also had, like, principles, they wouldn't, like, what? Jesus fucking Christ. All these careerists, they can't be here because they are sticklers for the rules and they actually want to do things the right way. Well, the right way, that's a crazy way to say it. But they want to do things the original way of ICE hunting down people off the street, but not as brutally. I don't know. I don't understand how people are just like, just now seeing what ICE is doing is wrong. Like, it's crazy. What? In the blanket incident, Noem had to switch planes after a maintenance issue was discovered. But her blanket wasn't moved to the second plane, according to the people familiar with the incident. The Coast Guard pilot was initially fired and told to take a commercial flight home when they reached their destination. They eventually reinstated, oh, thank God, reinstated the pilot because no one else was available. Oh my God. They reinstated him because they didn't have anybody else to fly them home. I would crash the plane. What? The DHS spokeswoman didn't address this episode, but said the secretary has made personnel decisions to deliver excellence. You go into an administration and cut like 80% of the career people in that administration or that organization. What do you want to fucking call it? That is not getting excellence, babe. That is a race to the gutter. What are you talking about? In an incident last year that rankled some of the senior staff at the agency, Lewandowski made it known to top ICE officials that he wanted to be issued a law enforcement badge and federally. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're LARPing. It's like literal LARPers. Like what? Why? Why on earth? Cash Patel wanted one too. Like this is so stupid. He isn't even a fucking actual government employee. Like he's a special government. This fucking idiot. A federally issued gun and badge, according to people familiar with this push. Go to Party City where you belong, bitch. Go get a costume. Like what are we doing? Officials are typically only issued a badge and gun after undergoing law enforcement training, and if they're in the field on a regular basis. Otherwise, why would you need one? The administration was preparing to bring on Tom Feely, a former top ICE official in New York, as its new director when Lewandowski asked Feely if he would be willing to issue him and several other political officials badges and guns. Feely declined, and he was subsequently passed over for the top job at ICE. My god. Is that him? Oh my god. Lewandowski next turned to ICE's legal office for helping him write legal justification to be issued. Oh my god, he's like begging. Issued the badging. Guns are legal in America. Why don't you just go get a gun? Like, issued the badge and gun. A top ICE lawyer, Ken Padilla, also declined to sign off, and days later he was placed on administrative leave. Oh my god. What is this? You're punished. This dude is like 12. Everything that I've read about him so far is like he's a 12-year-old boy. He thinks Kristi Noem can be president because he loves to fuck her. Like what? So Ken Padilla also declined to sign off. He was later demoted and moved to FEMA. The people said Padilla declined to comment. Damn. Lewandowski eventually persuaded other lawyers to sign off. The ICE director's auto pen was used to sign the paperwork, the people said. Jesus fuck. So he has this motherfucker, this dipshit, this 12-year-old who's not even really technically a fucking government employee. This special government advisor. What are we doing? An auto pen? All the shit that you talk about auto pens and your people using them. Also, Donald Trump basically, his whole entire role at this point is to just be on camera and basically serve as an auto pen. He just signs shit. Not to say that Joe Biden was doing a lot of intellectual work, because he wasn't, but damn. Anyways. The DHS spokeswoman, oh my god, denied that she's just going to deny and claim the opposite happened. Denied that Lewandowski made efforts to secure a federal gun or sign paperwork, adding that Lewandowski didn't talk to Feely and that Padilla was put on administrative leave for unrelated reasons. The spokeswoman didn't address any efforts to get a badge. What did I say? Like, efforts to issue Lewandowski a gun stalled after the Wall Street Journal and other news organizations inquired about the incident last year. The people said, Dale Lewandowski has been spotted by DHS staff sporting a badge emblazoned with the words Homeland Security. I wouldn't be surprised if they went and got him a fake one and just said, let's not, and say we did. Like, this dude is 12. Like, what are you, 5? I want a gun and badge. I want to be a big boy. I want to feel powerful with my badge. this whole, they think that this man thinks that she can be president. Does she drug you in your sleep? Like, does she put something in your drink every night? Like, what? What? Do you smoke DMT? Do you do ayahuasca? Like, what is... Are you okay? Are you experiencing psychosis right now? Do you need 911? Sir, please seek help. Therapy, psychotherapy, a white padded room. Like, I don't... And this bitch, she needs to go away. Like, what the fuck? Puppy killer? The puppy killer president? No. 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 This is just a bunch of bullshit. They fired that... They fired that man because he forgot her blankie, and then rehired him because they didn't have anybody else to fly them home. That's such a, like, oh my, I have you no shame. Like, are you not embarrassed? But like, can you actually fly us home? You couldn't have your job back. So severely unserious. This is so stupid. I'm so tired of this fucking bitch. Like, and Corey Lewandowski, all of them. I'm so tired of everybody. Fucking Bowman, Stephen Miller. Who else? Cash Patel, who also asked for a gun. Like I said, like, weird. You don't need a fucking gun as a fucking leader of the FBI. Like, so stupid. Also using private jet for willy-nilly. Like, Jesus Christ. All these people are corrupt as fuck. The only thing that trickles down in this regime is incompetence and corruption. And it's all trickling down from the most incompetent and corrupt fool that there is, Donald J. Trump. Face full of orange makeup and diaper full of shit. And brain full of dementia. Or worms, or I don't even know. He's rotting from the inside out. Have you seen that hand, girl? He looks terrible. Terrible. And it's, oof, rough. Anyways, I've been yapping for long enough. Have a good night, guys. Keep your eyes open. Somebody fucking fire this girl.